Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Our topic for today, how to counter every killer. So I am doing this live. Give me 1 second, let me fix my audio. I'm doing this live so you guys can help me figure out the best counters for every killer. So give me a moment, let me pull up chat on my phone. Headphones on. Alright. Yeah, how you guys doing? I am streaming on a weekend. I figured more of you would be around today. So, the idea behind this is all of us are going to, I'm going to be reading chat messages during the stream. You guys are going to be pitching ideas as to, how to counter this guy or that guy, or if you're a killer main, you can tell me how, people bug you, like what kind of tactics they do that irritate you, and we'll kind of, get together and figure out, how to counter everybody. So, let's begin. I have also arranged some gameplay for you guys to look at, so you're not just watching like a blank screen. So, Trapper. How do we counter this guy? Let me pull up the Trapper gameplay for you. So there's no audio to this gameplay. It's just plain gameplay, just something to look at while, you're listening to me talk. So Trapper is of course, trap-based killer. He takes a long time to set up. And because of that, it's pretty easy to generator rush him. So one strategy is just to gen rush him and apply lots of pressure to him, because if he can't get his trap set up in time, then you can pretty much just loop him like normal. You go to loops that do not have traps set up yet, and you can loop him like a normal killer. You also want to avoid tall grass, because that is a common spot for traps. And you also want to look around common loop locations like the shack and basically any main building of any map. That's a pretty common place for traps to be set. So keep those common trap locations in mind and look around them and disarm any traps before the chases happen. That is a good strategy. Those are some good strategies to play around Trapper. But let's see what you guys are saying. Give me a second. Let me refresh chat here. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, there is walk-in spots where traps can easily be seen. Yep. You can dead hard. You can dead hard if you're injured over the trap, and you will not be caught by it. Let's see. Look at the ground. Yeah, I mean, they're not always that easy to see, though, okay? Be aware of grass. Yep. Gen rush. Yep. You can also burn, like, although the killer you get is random, if you really don't like Trapper, you can burn maps that have no tall grass, like, let's see, like The Game, like Hawkins Lab, like Leary's. Those maps make traps very easy to see. There's nothing obscuring them. So yeah, you can find traps very easily on those. Yep, a map. That is a very powerful counter. Just bring a map, and you can find all of his traps. As long as you, of course, come within a certain radius of them, you can find his traps. And if you have the purple, I think it's the purple bead add-on, you can reveal those traps to all of your teammates. So a map is a very good counter for him. Yep, avoid common loops. Yep. Or if you're going to go to a common loop, scout the loop first, and if there's no traps there, then you can use it. Let's see. I'm just seeing what else you guys are saying here. Yeah, you don't know you're gonna. That's the thing. Like, it's totally random what killer you get. But I know some people really don't like playing against certain killers, so if you don't like Trapper, you can bring a map every game, and you'll be in a good spot, because maps make it very easy to counter Trapper. So, anything else to counter the Trapper? When not in the chase, search loops. Yep, you can just keep an eye out for those traps he sets. You can follow the Trapper around. It's like you can, if you're playing in a Survivor Friends group, you can designate one person to following the Trapper and disarming his traps, and that can be a good way to keep the traps under control. Let's see. Never go. Yeah, do not get hooked. Do not get hooked in the basement. Like, if you can help it, do not get hooked in a place that's very easy to defend for the Trapper. So, anything else? Don't go in lockers? I don't know about that. I mean, he can set a trap outside the locker. Of course, you can, you know, if he does it right when you're in there, you can quickly vault out of the locker. Not vault out, but like, you can quick exit the locker before you finish setting it, and you won't get trapped there. But he can set traps outside of lockers, and there is no way to avoid getting trapped at that point if you're in the locker and the trap is set. So just keep that in mind. When saving people from hooks, yeah, look around the ground. Yep. Yeah, I think those are most of the important points to Trapper. You know, just take the game more slowly. You don't want to be running around everywhere. Just walk, especially if you're going through like a tall grass field. Just walk around. Do not run everywhere. You have to respect the fact that there could be a trap in the common locations. Okay? So yeah. Alright, I think... also, there are perks, like... What is that one? Give me a second, let me turn off this gameplay real fast. Okay. There's one perk here. Luck increases your odds of escaping bear traps. So you can burn, let's see, you can burn these luck offerings. You can equip, what is that one called? I forgot. Can you tell me what it is, you guys? The perk that increases luck? I'm looking for it. It's not open-handed. Up the ante. Right here. You can equip this one. And luck increases your chances of escaping a bear trap. So, luck offerings and luck perks will help you. I don't think slippery meat... Yeah, slippery meat does not increase... does not have any effect on bear traps anymore since they reworked it. So don't bother with slippery meat. But yeah, luck offerings and luck perks. That will help with Trapper. Small game was also reworked recently, so that's not going to help you either. It does not trigger for killer traps anymore. It only triggers for totems. So yeah, I think that's about it for Trapper. Let's move on to Wraith. Alright, so how do we counter Wraith? Oh wait, did I skip Hillbilly? No, he's next. Okay. There we go. So, yep, that's a pretty obvious one. If there's a Wraith, a flashlight or a flashbang will be very effective on him. You can use it when he's invisible, and it doesn't matter which direction he's facing. If the flashlight is shined on him for like a second or two, he will get think it's light burned out of his cloak, and he will be stunned. Spine Chill, of course. Yes, Spine Chill is a great counter to him. The way you do it is, if you see Spine Chill light up, you get in position to loop him, so you're not surprised. It's kind of hard to hide from him because he's really fast, and he can scout like jungle gyms and hiding areas really fast. So just use Spine Chill to prepare yourself for the encounter. He is invisible beyond a certain radius, so if he's close enough to you, you can see his cloak shimmer, and then you can start running. But Spine Chill and Premonition are pretty good counters to him because they don't rely on you actually seeing him. You can also, he has this snarling. It's very easy to hear. It's very loud. So if you hear the snarling, you can start running. Yeah, be careful about him body blocking windows and pallets. It's kind of hard to tell sometimes if he's blocking it, because when he's standing still, he's completely invisible. But if you know he's trying to body block, then you might want to find a different pallet or window to take. Let's see. Yeah, wait for him to uncloak, then sprint burst away. Yeah, exhaustion perks. Well, exhaustion perks are kind of good on anybody. Have head on. Yeah, I mean head on works for a lot of killers. Yeah. This is a live stream, man. I'm talking to you right now. Okay. There is pre-recorded gameplay on the screen right now, though. So you are watching some gameplay I took myself, and you know, just so you're not just looking at a blank screen. Okay. Anyway. Cleanse all the totems. I mean, if he has hex totems, then yeah. I mean, no one escapes death is pretty popular on Wraith. Pallet stun, yeah, he can be... The thing about Wraith is he can be looped very easily. His power doesn't help that much in a chase. He can cloak during the chase, and if you're at a loop that's unsafe, he can use the speed boost from uncloaking to catch you if you are on the wrong side of the loop. So just keep that in mind. But otherwise, he has to just chase you normally like a normal killer, so just loop him if he's out of cloak. Thank you, Logan, for the donation. Be careful for ultra rare add-on. Yes. I mean, that kind of goes for all killers. If they're using their most powerful add-ons, then you may have to play differently, because these add-ons can greatly alter their power. For example, let's see. Let me turn off this gameplay for a second. Alright. So for Wraith, you have Silent Bell right here. You will not hear the bell at all, which is extremely OP, but that is an add-on in this game. So this makes them even harder to detect. So you have to keep, you know, the fact that he has these add-ons that can make it kind of unfair to go against him. But luckily, you don't see that too often. You will hear the bell when he starts uncloaking, and then you can start running. But if you haven't seen him by the time the bell is ringing, you're probably going to get hit. So, and then there's also this one. This one is super overpowered. He can see survivors within 12 meters while cloaked. So he can see them behind walls, I mean. So that's pretty busted. You also don't see that one too much, but it's in the game, so you just have to deal with it. Let's see. Let's see, what else are you guys... The most unfair thing in the game is a 4-man Survivor Friends group and red ranks. Yeah. Survivor Friends groups, man. They are not fun. I agree. But, let's see what else you guys are saying. Yep, Spine Chill. Already went over that one. you want to... If you can, you want to play on maps that are very open. Like, let's see. Cold Wind, that's a pretty good one. If you are... If you are on Cold Wind, you will see the corn in the fields. They will move when Wraith is moving through them. So that is an easy way to detect that he's coming at you. But you want to avoid maps like... I don't have it here, but... You want to avoid maps like Leary's and The Game, because those are maps with short lines of sight. It's very easy for him to sneak up on you. Let's see. I'm still looking. Any other counters for Wraith, guys? I'm just looking through chat right now. Yeah, avoid Raccoon City, avoid Midwich. I mean, Midwich, you can kind of see him with the long hallways, but there are a lot of rooms that have short lines of sight. So... Yep, you can hear his snarls, yep. But the main thing is that he has this... You can read about his power here. It's like... If he loses his element of surprise, he is much easier to deal with. That is the biggest thing. You want to nullify his advantage. So you can use perks, like Spine Chill, and communication also. If you are in a Survival Friends group, you can tell each other, you know, where he's going, and that will help. Stay around windows, yes. If he is uncloaking on your side of the window, just vault the window. And then he has to either vault the window and then uncloak on top of you, or he has to uncloak first and then vault the window, which gives you a lot of time to run. So, yeah, windows are your best friend against Wraith. Stay near those windows and stay... I mean, pallets are also good, but you don't have infinite number of those, so try to make use of the windows more than the pallets. Yep, Blast Mine, pretty good. Iron Will does not counter Bloodhound. Iron Will reduces your grunts of pain. It does not affect blood. But yeah, I think that's good for Wraith. We came up with a lot for him. I'm not sure if there's any others. What do you think? Thank you for the donation, -1. I bought DBD recently, and I have to say, I've learned a lot from you. Doing a great job with your videos. Thanks, man. I hope you are having a good time with DBD. I know there is a lot to learn to this game, which is kind of why I'm doing this video, to help people who have trouble with killers, you know, like how do I deal with, you know, Wraith, he's so fast and he's so spooky, how do I counter this guy? Yeah, stuff like that. But yeah. So that's Wraith, I guess. Yeah, Lucky Break can counter Bloodhound. You don't really see people using Bloodhound too much, though. Most of the time, they will use the meta perks. So, but his main perks are Bloodhound, Predator, and Shadowborn. These are his main perks, but don't expect people to use them too much. They aren't very good in most cases. So yeah. Next up, I think we covered enough for Wraith here. Hillbilly. How do we counter this guy? Put on some gameplay. So, a great thing about Hillbilly is he cannot really make use of his power if you are on a map with lots of walls, like indoor maps, because he won't be able to chainsaw sprint very far. So if you really don't like Hillbilly, you can burn maps like, I know these are like counterintuitive most of the time, because these are usually considered killer favored maps, but maps like Leary's, The Game, let's see, Hawkins Lab, all those maps people hate, Raccoon City, those are pretty good against Hillbilly, because he can't really chainsaw across the map easily. You can use lockers. If he's about to chainsaw you, if there's a locker nearby, you can go in the locker. It's kind of risky, of course, because he will just stop revving his chainsaw and pull you out if you don't time it properly. But you can use lockers. You can also juke his chainsaw sprint if he is trying to one-shot you with his chainsaw. You can, try and spin him. You can force, try and force the basic attack instead of the special attack. If you can, you want to get hit by his basic attack so you can get the speed boost, rather than just instantly being down by the chainsaw. That is preferable. Avoid open areas. During loops, you want to keep turning. Turn those sharp corners so he cannot get an easy, straight line to chainsaw you down. Let's see, what else, guys? I'm looking through chat right now. You go in lockers, yeah. I'm trying to think of what else is good against him. Zigzag, yeah. Mid-vault through windows, yeah. I'm trying to think. I mean, Dead Hard kind of counters everybody, so that's why it's good. But yeah, his main advantage is his mobility, okay? So if you can nullify that somehow, like I said, with good maps, or if you can stay inside a building, that will help. Like if you're on Haddonfield. If you do generators inside buildings, he has no choice but to stop his chainsaw sprint and just walk inside the building, and that gives you plenty of time to make it to a pallet or window or something. Yes, you can also get a height advantage against him. Like if there are two levels to a map, and he's on the lower level, even if he's chainsaw sprinting, he's not going to one-shot you because he's on a lower level. So he literally cannot kill you. So yeah, a height advantage is good. Turning tight corners, yep. Sprint burst, yeah, I mean, sprint burst is good on most situations. But yeah, I mean, I think that's mostly what he's about. Since his rework recently, he can't just use his chainsaw whenever he wants to. There is an overheat meter, so eventually he will have to stop revving his chainsaw. It will go on cooldown. I'm trying to think if there's any good perks against him. Almost every Hillbilly uses barbecue and chili, which lets him see the auras of all survivors 40 meters or greater away from him after hooking somebody. So distortion can be a good pick. Also just hide inside a locker after he hooks someone, and you can avoid getting spotted. Tinkerer is also a popular perk on him. Let's see, Tinkerer is right here. I'm currently prestiging my Hillbilly, okay? But Tinkerer will give him undetectable when a gen is about to be completed, so just keep that in mind. He could sneak up on you with a chainsaw sprint when he's undetectable. So, yeah. But, I don't know, I think that's mostly what counters Hillbilly, unless you guys have any other ideas. Borrowed time, yep. One thing to mention about him is that borrowed time is pretty good on him. Well, the thing is, if you are going for an unhook and you are healthy and you know you're unhooking your friend and the Hillbilly's right there, he's just gonna chainsaw you, okay? He's gonna chainsaw the person doing the unhook. So that is pretty bad, a bad situation. You do not want to be caught in that situation. There are certain things you can do against some killers that you can't do against others, like body blocking against Hillbilly is very risky because he can one-shot you. So just keep that in mind. Do not try and body block most of the time. You will probably get wrecked if they hit you. Borrowed time does protect against, you know, insta-downs, but most of the time if you have borrowed time, you're already injured, so, you know, it's not like he could just basic attack you and get the same result as a chainsaw, so it's not a big deal. Anyway, I think that mostly covers it. Alright, let's go with Nurse now, okay? How do we counter Nurse? So with Nurse, she is a very distinct killer with a distinct power. You cannot play against her like you can other killers because she can literally ignore every pallet and window in the game because she can teleport through everything. So you have to play it like it's a guessing game. The thing is, if you break line of sight with Nurse, she has to predict where you're going. So you want to always be behind some sort of obstacle. And then she's forced to guess which direction you went. So avoid maps. You want to avoid maps like, let's see, Cold Wind. Well, you do have the cornfield to kind of obscure her vision, but this is a very open map. I would be wary of burning this. But let's see. I was looking for Autohaven, but yeah, do not go to Autohaven against a Nurse. It's just like her best map, probably. You want to stay behind tall walls, not the short walls, because she can see over the short walls and she'll just blink past them and hit you. You want to be behind a tall wall or a tall obstacle or inside a building. And try and juke her when she's charging her blink. Yeah, I mean, you can run towards her when she's blinking, but a lot of nurses, the more experienced ones, are familiar with that tactic, and they will still hit you. Iron Will is a good perk against her. She uses Grunts of Pain to find survivors more easily, because, you know, she is very slow, and her power does not help her find survivors. So she uses Grunts of Pain just like Spirit does to find survivors easier. Stealth is very powerful against Nurse. Spine Chill, Premonition, Distortion, anything that can help you hide. Just if you cannot be found in the first place, which is relatively easy against Nurse because she has, you know, the full tear radius, and she has no way of helping. Her power has no way of helping her find survivors. She has to rely on perks to help her find them. Thank you, Logan, for the donation. Break line of sight. Yes, that is probably the most important thing you can do against Nurse, to break the line of sight. Yeah, Yes, yes. Deception, like perks, survivor perks like Deception, Dance with Me, Quick and Quiet, Urban Evasion, Dead Hard. Dead Hard is very powerful against Nurse. Basically, if she blinks right on top of you and you're injured, just Dead Hard, and like 90% of the time, you will avoid getting hit. Yeah, pallet, you can do a pallet reversal. That does work sometimes. But do not rely on loops like you would other killers, because she will just ignore them most of the time. Do not get stuck in a window vaulting animation, because it's very easy to teleport to the other side of the window. It's very predictable. So do not lock yourself in an animation. This is just a quiz to see if you watch his videos. I'm just trying to help you guys, okay? Boil over? I don't know about boil over. Yeah, just try not to make any noise, like don't drop from a high place, she will hear you. Like this is like one of those killers that if they find you, you're probably gonna die if they're decent. So you do want to at least try to be stealthy against her. You can shine a flashlight on her while she's charging a blink, and she will go into exhaustion. But that is pretty hard to do, considering she can, if she's charging her blink, she can release it anytime she wants to, and she will probably blink to you before you finish flashing her. So, but like in certain situations, like let's say she's blinking towards a teammate and you're behind her, and then you flash her, then she'll go into exhaustion when she's trying to blink to your teammate, and that can save them. So yeah, I mean, there is an application there, but it's pretty rare, I would say. Be unpredictable. Don't just run in a straight line. Don't run the loops like she expects you to run them. Yep. And then you flash her. Imagine without context. Yeah, I know, man. I know. Sounds messed up. Run diversion. Yeah. Alright, so that's oh, and maps with short lines of sight are pretty good. Like Leary's is pretty good. Pretty good. Let's see. Yamauka is pretty good because there's lots of tall grass you can hide in. Let's see. Cold Wind can be good or bad, just kind of depends on if you're in the tall grass or not. Or sorry, the cornfield. No, she cannot interact with the locker during the chain blink window. So if there's a locker nearby and she's blinking to you, you can hop inside the locker, wait for her to go into exhaustion, then hop out. But the exhaustion period is not that long, so chances are you're still probably going to get hit afterwards, but it will still save you from immediately getting hit. Yeah, Raccoon City is... I mean, Raccoon City is just like a... I mean, like, for everybody, it seems like Raccoon City is just awful, okay? I can't really stand playing on that map. It's just so maze-like. There's so many mazes and things you have to remember where everything is. It's like a nightmare. The nightmare trying to hook survivors in that map. It's like, oh no, I thought the basement was over here, but there's like this hallway over there. It's like, well, if you play the actual Resident Evil game, you can kind of remember where everything is, but anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. You can blind her into fatigue, yep. It's not long enough to charge head-on, no. I think the maximum stun duration for Chain Blink is like 2.5 or 3 seconds. It's not long enough for head-on most of the time. Yeah, it's a, you know, Raccoon City is a great map visually, and it's like very nostalgic, but it's really not great to play on. It's a bad experience most of the time. Anyway, I think that's about it for Nurse, unless we missed something here. She almost always runs barbecue, by the way, so just be aware of that when you're going against her. Let's see. Any add-ons to be worried about? There's nothing too crazy. She can get undetectable with this add-on. Keep that in mind. Here, let me pause and get rid of this gameplay. She can go undetectable with this one, so be aware of that. She does have Nurse's Calling very often, so be careful about healing around her. Let's see, Nurse's Calling is right... where did it go? Here it is. Yeah, be careful about Nurse's Calling. Do not heal in her terror radius. Whispers... You can't really do anything against Whispers. It's kind of one of those perks that it just works for the killer. You can't really counterplay it as Survivor. So yeah, just... Whispers is a thing, just be aware of that. She can be using that perk. Yeah, Starstruck is very strong. But yeah, Nurse is slower than Survivors. She is... I'm pretty sure Survivors run at 4 meters per second, and she runs at 3.8 meters per second. So you can outrun a Nurse if she does not blink, but only by a tiny bit. So yeah, just keep that in mind. Would Fixated be a good counter? Yeah, Fixated could work. Basically anything that helps you stay stealthy is a good pick against a Nurse. And anything that can hide your aura, like Distortion, usually a good pick. Alright. Let's see, Huntress. How do we counter Huntress, guys? Let's see. When working on a gen, never have your back facing the general direction she's in. She can and will snipe you. Yep. The Huntress, she can snipe you. Okay, keep that in mind. Especially on maps like Coldwind, where there are very few objects blocking her hatchets. She can snipe you through the corn. Yep, stay behind tall walls. Do not, let's see if I have that map now. Do not go to, oh, it seems like oh, no, here it is. Do not go to Autohaven. This is like her favorite map ever, because there are very few tall walls in Autohaven. Most of the loops are short walls. So she can just toss her hatches over those loops and you will get hit most of the time. So be careful about the map you burn. If you don't like Huntress, do not burn this map. But you can burn other maps, like Hawkins is pretty good because there are lots of walls and you can almost always find a corner to turn before she throws her hatchet at you. Same thing with Raccoon City. Raccoon City is probably a nightmare for Huntress. I mean, there are a lot of thin corridors, which can make it hard to dodge the hatchets, but there are also a lot of ways you can turn, like sharp corners you can turn and completely cause her to miss. So I'd say it's mostly survivor favored RPD. Yep, she is slower than most killers. 4.4 movement speed. So you can loop her if she runs out of hatchets. You can loop her pretty easily. She is pretty loopable, but there are some situations. If she does have hatchets, you need to be careful about vaulting certain windows or dropping certain pallets, or even consider the timing of the pallet drop, because if she has a hatchet wound up and the pallet is dropping, she will throw the hatchet over the pallet and get a hit. So just be aware of that. Yeah, going in locker, she might have Iron Maiden. Yep, Iron Maiden is a very common perk on her. Let's see, where is it? Oh, I have the gameplay playing right now. Hang on. Let's see. Here's Iron Maiden for you. If you exit a locker and the killer has Iron Maiden, you will be exposed for 30 seconds, so she can one-shot you. Let's see, exhaustion perks are good. Yeah, because she is a slow killer, exhaustion perks are great. Getting some distance against her and being able to break line of sight, great against Huntress. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a hatchet. It's funny. Let's see what else you guys are saying. Yeah, her lullaby is 40 meters. That is something unique about her. She has, like, this is her tear radius, but she also has a lullaby radius that's twice as large. So she cannot suppress the lullaby. You will always hear it, which means it's very easy to know she is heading your direction, which makes it very easy to stealth against a Huntress. So just like Nurse, if you equip stealth perks, you will have an easier time against Huntress. Yes, you can dead hard hatchet hits. It does require some precise timing, but you can dead hard through them. Let's see what else you guys are saying. I'm just reading chat right now. Insta-heal medkit? Insta-heal medkit counters everybody, man. Come on. Yeah, most Huntresses use aura rating perks, like barbecue. So always play with the assumption that she's using barbecue and chili, just because of how popular it is. Let's see. But yeah, let me see. Any add-ons to worry about? Mostly just Iridescent Head, but they have nerfed that very harshly, so I don't think you see this one. You don't see this perk, or sorry, this add-on too often. But just be aware that she can equip this and one-shot people with her hatchets. She also has this one that if she hits you with a hatchet, she will reveal your aura for 5 seconds, which can make it seem like she knew where you were going afterwards, and you won't understand why until after the match is over. So be aware of that. She also has a hatchet add-on that causes exhaustion for 5 seconds. So that can render your dead hard, or your balanced landing, or your lithe useless. So yeah. Yeah, Iridescent Head is kind of trash now. In my opinion, they should just make it apply deep wounds or something. That would be better. And increase the hatchet count to compensate. But yeah, just they over nerfed it, I think. Anyway, any other counters for Huntress? You can also, of course, try to juke her hatchets, but that is not a very reliable way of countering her. It kind of works sometimes, but she's expecting jukes. If they're an experienced Huntress, they will expect the juke, and they will, try to compensate for that. Yep. I think that's about it for her. We went over most things. Let me think. Any good perks for her, though? Any perks that are good against her? Like I said, mostly just stealth perks. Spine chill, quick and quiet. Things that remove scratch marks could trip her up. Urban evasion, yeah. You can urban evasion around the short walls and potentially avoid a hit. Yep, pre-dropping pallets, you want to drop pallets early because she will be forced to break them. Her slow move speed makes it hard for her to mind game, so she more often than not will break pallets if you drop them. Yeah, I mean, lightweight could help. But, yeah, I think that's about it for her. On to the next one. Let's see what we got here. Myers. How do we counter Myers, guys? Myers has a very slow early game. He has to start off with slower movement speed, and he also starts off with no tear radius either, so it's very easy for him to sneak up on people. But Spine Chill is a great counter, okay? It will let you know he's coming to your direction, and you have plenty of time to run away from him if he's in Tier 1. So Tier 1 and Tier 2 Spine Chill will save you a lot. Or any perk that lets you know he's coming your direction. Be aware he has undetectable during Tier 1, so you cannot see his aura by any means. But in Tier 2, you can see his aura, so aura reading perks are still useful against him. Yes, you can just gen rush the guy because it takes a long time for him to get to his full power. So you also want to stay behind walls, don't let him stalk you. There are some survivors that just see, like, this is happening in high ranks, by the way. This happened, like, in the clips I'm showing you right now, in one of those clips, the survivors just stay on top of the balcony and let me stalk them, and then I basically get a free Tier 3. So don't do that. Do not let this guy stalk you. You also want to pick maps that are, well, here's the thing. So if you pick maps with short lines of sight, like the game or Leary's, it's easier for him to sneak up on you, but it's harder for him to stalk you because the lines of sight are so short, you can easily run around a corner and cut him off from his stalk. So yeah, it's like a double-edged sword there with the stalking. But it's kind of up to you. It's like, stay indoors. If you stay inside a building, he can't stalk you without him being in the building with you, and in that case you will know he's in the building with you, so then you can kind of run him. He is a normal killer otherwise. Like, you can loop him just like any other killer. He has the standard move speed. Let's see. What are you guys saying? Hide behind walls? Yep. Yeah, his breathing. If you have headphones on, you can hear his breathing before he gets to you. That can tip you off that he's nearby and you can start running. And yes, he, in tier 2 and tier 3, he vaults windows faster. So windows are not as good against him as they are for other killers. Just be aware of that. Let's see. Exhaustion perks are good against him, of course, but you can say that about pretty much every killer. Exhaustion perks are good. No, flashlight will not take him out of tier 3. It just makes it more difficult for him to track you. Yeah, I mean, Calm Spirit is... I almost never use Calm Spirit, to be honest. It doesn't really help that much. Against any killer besides, like, Doctor, it doesn't help that much. Let's see. You can 360 him, yeah. It kind of depends on the skill of the killer, if you 360 them or not. You can 360 anybody, pretty much. Yeah, I did nurse a little bit ago. Yeah, if you... So, one kind of weird thing about Myers is the fact that if he is stalking you, or if he is in stalk mode, you can run through him. He has no collision. So, if you run through him, you can kind of confuse him and he will lose track of you. And he won't be able to stalk you. But keep in mind that the closer he is to the survivor he's stalking, the faster he gets stalk gauge. So even if he's... So, like, let's say, you know, he's stalking you, but he's really far away, he's not getting that much charge off you. So it's not a big deal. It's when he's really close to you that you need to be worried. So yeah. Try to stay separate. I mean, yeah, when he's in tier 3, you definitely don't want to be caught out with your friends, you know. But when he's in tier 3, one strategy could be just to hide. You could just hide and wait it out. That's a perfectly acceptable, you know, strategy. The only problem is that if somebody gets caught, they will get hooked, and then somebody has to go and save that person who got hooked, and then you can't really hide at that point because he knows you're there. It's like, basically, if you're gonna hide during tier 3, all of the survivors have to do it at the same time. Otherwise, if one person doesn't do it, then it doesn't really work. How would you counter Tombstone Myers when he gets to tier 3? Tombstone Myers is very slow. Hang on, let me show you this. Let's see. Where's Tombstone here? Right here. So yeah, I mean, Tombstone lets him kill anybody. Instantly kill them if he grabs them. But it decreases his movement speed very significantly. So, you know, you can most of the time outrun him. The only time he's gonna really catch up to you is if you aren't looping him properly, or if he's running, let's see. Or if he's running Play With Your Food. If he has this fully stacked, he can catch up to you. So just be aware of that. Yes, and you can also, during the Tombstone thing, you can hop inside a locker, and he will not insta-kill you. He will just pull you out of the locker, and he will be forced to either hook you or just drop you. He won't be able to instantly kill you. So yeah. Yeah, another popular add-on for him is Scratch Mirror. And this will let him see survivors within 32 meters through walls. So you'll know it's a Scratch Mirror Myers if he's always finding you no matter where you hide. But he is stuck in tier 1 if he has this add-on. So if he has it, he's very slow. So you can, take advantage of that just by looping him. If you have Spine Chill or something, that will also help a lot against the Scratch Mirror Myers. So just loop him, if you can. He may also, of course, run play with your food if he has Scratch Mirror, but it kind of depends on how many tokens he has, if he catches up to you or not, so just be aware of that. But yeah, any other counters for this guy? Trying to think. Any other counters for Myers? If the killer brings the game offering, you'll know it's him. I mean, there are quite a few killers that can do well on the game, so it's not 100% that it's going to be Myers if he brings the game. It's a possibility, but if he does burn the game and it's Myers, he probably has Scratch Mirror, because that's like the reason to burn the game. It's very, very overpowered. Scratch Mirror on like Leary's or the game, very overpowered. But anyways, that is about it for Myers, I think, unless we're missing something. I don't think we are. Yeah, I think that's about it. Alright. How do we counter Hag? How many times can you use Decisive Strike in a match? You can use Decisive Strike once. However, so here's the thing. If Decisive Strike triggers, and you either hit it or you miss it, you cannot use it for the rest of the match. However, if Decisive Strike triggers and you do not attempt to hit the skill check, you can use it the next time you get hooked. So yes, you can only use it once per match, but if you choose not to hit the skill check, you do not press spacebar at any point during the skill check, you can use it on your next hook. Okay? So yeah, how do we counter Hag? Urban Evasion. Yes, that is a great perk against her. That will let you crouch walk faster. As you are probably aware, her traps do not go off if you are crouching as a survivor. You can use a flashlight. If you shine a flashlight at one of her traps, it will disappear. The thing about Hag traps, they're a little different from Trapper's traps because they're a lot harder to see. They are like these little mud triangles, and they blend in with the environment a lot better than the like the steel traps that he carries. So you're not always gonna know where the traps are, even if you're looking for them. So, you can't just say, oh, I'm just gonna keep a very close eye on, the ground, and I won't step on any traps. You're gonna step on a Hag trap, okay? You won't even know it until it's too late. You're gonna step on one, and it's gonna suck. You're gonna get jump scared, but that's just Hag, okay? You can flash grenade, you know, flash bang the traps. Yes, you can. One strategy is if she is chasing a teammate, or if she is hooking somebody, if she is in the process of hooking or chasing somebody, you can run around the map and trigger her traps. And she will either ignore the trap because she is currently chasing somebody, she will not teleport to it, or she will teleport to it, and she will start chasing you, but you will be prepared for that chase because you are intentionally going around the map and triggering the traps. So, you know, it's kind of a strategic decision. Like, you have to disarm these traps somehow, because if you let these traps build up over the course of the match, you will get overwhelmed with how much map pressure she's putting. So you need to make it like a regular thing where you are going around, you are disarming these traps, you're setting them off. It is risky, okay? It's risky, but it's necessary. Let's see, what are you guys saying? Yeah, you want to be aware that she is going to be putting traps in the common spots. Be aware of the common spots where the traps go, and just crouch over them. If you can't, if like, let's say you're injured, you cannot really afford to set a trap off if you're injured. You almost always want to heal up first, which also makes perks like self-care and like second wind, or anything that lets you heal, like inner strength. Those perks are very valuable. Or just a medkit. Bring a medkit. Very good against Hag. Gen Rush. Yep. Hag can very easily punish altruistic survivors. Her traps let her just basically teleport anywhere. Like, if, you know, if the survivors are moving around a lot, she'll be teleporting everywhere. So just take the game slowly. You can afford to crouch for a couple seconds to avoid the trap, okay? But do not be overly altruistic against her, because she will punish you. And do not let her hook you in the basement, because that is game over. Like 90% of the time, it's game over. Just like Trapper, it's game over. No, like I said, this is pre-recorded gameplay you're watching right now. I played these matches earlier. They're not actually me playing right now. I'm just talking to you guys about how to deal with Hag, okay? But yeah, let's see, some survivor perks, like, you know, like I said, urban evasion, self-care to counter the... you're probably going to be getting hit a lot in Hag games, so you want to be able to heal yourself. Let's see, what else? Oh, maps. You can bring a map. Yes, maps will reveal Hag traps, so that will help you. Small game does not work on traps anymore. It only works on totems. Let's see. What are some add-ons to be worried about here? Let's see. Hang on. What do we got here? Mint Rag. Oh, this one sucks. If they have this, it's just unfair most of the time. But yeah, this one lets her teleport to any trap on the map without a survivor having to trigger it. So this is kind of rare to see. You probably won't see it, but if you notice she's teleporting and nobody's triggering the trap, she might have this add-on. She also has an add-on that reduces her terror radius to 0 when someone triggers a trap, so she can be pretty sneaky, so be aware of that. And she has an add-on that lets her, when you walk over a trap, it spawns a phantasm. These normally do not have collision, but there is an add-on that causes these phantasms to have collision, which means you cannot run through them. So the hag will block off windows or pallets with her traps, the phantasms that spawn with the traps, and that can surprise you. But if she does run this add-on, she cannot teleport to her traps, so yeah, I would say she's pretty easy to deal with. If she runs this one, just be aware that it exists, you know. She is also very slow. She is one of the slower killers in the game. Let's see. Yep, 4.4 movement speed versus 4.6, that's standard. So you can loop her if, like, let's say you know she doesn't have any traps in the area that you're currently in. You just loop her. And if she tries to put a trap down during the chase, you just run to the next loop, because that's almost always enough time to make it to the next window or pallet. Let's see. Anything else to counter Hag? Yeah, I mean, if you haven't played DBD in a while, they have changed quite a few perks recently. Small game is one of them. It does not trigger on killer traps anymore. It is purely a totem detection perk. But yeah, I mean, let me think if there's any add-ons she might use. I mean, she likes to use Sloppy Butcher a lot. I see a lot of hags run this. So this will increase the time it takes to heal, which is kind of annoying. But you do need to heal against hag most of the time. Let's see. She brings totems a lot, so be prepared to hunt for totems against a hag. Yes, hag is a smaller killer. She is harder to see, but that also makes it harder for her to see you. So you can hide against a hag a bit easier than other killers because she's not as tall. So she will not see you crouching behind like small walls or obstacles. Yep, save the best for last is a very common one on her. Reduces her attack cooldown so she can teleport again faster. Yes, flashbangs can get rid of hag traps, yes. But I think that's mostly it for hag. Mostly. She does run Devour Hope sometimes too. Basically any hex perks. She also likes to run Franklin's a lot too. The Franklin's. Where's that at? Yep. If she sees, I'm sure like if the hag player sees everybody bringing medkits, she's gonna want to get rid of those, so it's easier to kill them because they can't heal by themselves. So yeah, Franklin's is pretty popular for her. But anyway. Alright, so I guess that's hag. Let's go with Doctor now. How do we counter this scary dude? Yep, I mean, the first thing that comes to mind against Doctor, of course, is Calm Spirit. The main thing about Doctor is that his power will cause you to scream if you reach a new tier of madness. So Calm Spirit will prevent screaming. That is very useful to keep yourself hidden from him. But the thing is, if he shocks you, even though you don't scream, he will still see a score event pop up on his screen. So he'll know he shocked somebody, but he won't know where. Like, let's say he's using Static Blast. He'll know he shocked somebody, but he won't know where you are. You can also hide inside lockers. You will not scream while inside a locker. Let's see. How to deal with hallucinations? I mean, his hallucinations don't really do anything. They will... I mean, they're kind of scary to look at, but, you know, unless he has, that add-on that lets him see the auras of his hallucinations, he will not really get much benefit from them. If he does have that add-on, then I'm not sure if they fixed this or not, but you used to be able to run through the hallucination and then it would disappear. So you could try that in your next game. Try running through the hallucination if you see it pop up, and then it will disappear quickly. He only sees the hallucinations in Tier 3 Madness, I believe. Let me see. Causes survivors to scream, His power is one of the more complex ones. You have to remember what every tier of Madness does. Yep. So, I mean, you know, there is the tiers of Madness. You have to remember what they do. Tier 1 Madness, all it does is reveal your location and makes skill checks a tiny bit harder to hit. Madness 2 makes skill checks a little bit harder to hit, and then you get hallucinations every now and then. The hallucinations don't really help him unless he has a certain add-on, then he can see the auras of the hallucinations, and the hallucinations, they look in your direction. And they can tip the doctor off as to where you are. And then Tier 3 Madness, which is the worst one, you cannot repair, heal, sabotage, unhook, cleanse, or use items until you snap out of it. And snapping out of it takes like 10 seconds, I believe? 10, 12, something. So it also causes you to scream randomly. Like every 15 seconds you scream and reveal your location. So it's very, very bad to be in Tier 3 Madness. Let's see. Also, when it comes to chases, he has shock therapy. That is, so he has like static blast and he has shock therapy. Static blast. Well, hang on. Let me talk about static blast first. He has a lot of stuff to his power. Okay. Static blast lets him find survivors anywhere within. Let's see. Terror radius, I believe. Yeah. All survivors within the terror radius scream. They gain 1 level of madness, and their location will be revealed to you, to the killer. So, if you have a quick reaction time, you can hide inside a locker real fast, and you will not be affected by static blast. But it's kind of hard to avoid it. So. You can get outside the terror radius so you don't get hit by it, but it's still pretty hard to avoid most of the time. But anyway, that thing has like a 1-minute cooldown, so you don't have to worry about it too much. But shock therapy is the thing you have to worry about during chases. And what this does is it will cause you to be, it will disable your ability to drop pallets or vault windows for 2.5 seconds. And that can be enough for him to land a hit on you. So you do have to be careful about that. So to counter him, though, to avoid getting hit when he shocks you with shock therapy, most of the time the answer is to drop the pallet early before the shock hits you. Because if you wait too long and the shock hits you, then you have no choice but to keep running the loop. And if he's close enough to you, he will land a hit. So yeah, drop the pallet early, or vault the window early, or just do whatever action you need to do early, basically. Or try and dodge the shock, but the thing is, the shock range or the shock area of effect is pretty large, so it's kind of hard to dodge it. So yeah, Yeah, all of these games you're watching are pre-recorded. It's just to give you guys something to look at while I'm talking. Here, let me tab out so you can see that this is what I'm actually doing right now. Just looking at the screen. But yeah. Yeah, pre-recorded, man. But yeah, Calm Spirit is like the best counter to him. Of course, you can also hide in lockers. Let's see. What else is good against him, guys? Yeah, Iridescent Queen. How do you like, the only way to really counter this is to not go near your teammates. So that is kind of hard to do when there are interactions like healing each other that are kind of necessary to the game you need to do, or unhooking each other. You're going to be in contact with your teammates. You can't really avoid this too much. You kind of just have to deal with it. It's BS. Dead hard so you dodge his shocks? Yeah, sure, just dead hard through his shock and then he charges another one right after, sure. I mean, well, if you're dead harding and then, you know, there's a pallet that you're dead harding to, you can dead hard the shock and then you can drop the pallet. Then yeah, like you can do that once per chase, okay? You can't just keep doing it. That's what I mean. But yeah, that is a strategy. You can dead hard. Did I hide or run away from his range? I mean, if you're out, if you have enough time to run outside of his terror radius, then do it. But if you have to get shocked, then, like, let's say he shocks you, you scream, he knows where you are. Well, he doesn't really know, like, it's gonna take him some time to get to you. So if you don't run, like, let's say you just walk, then he won't know exactly where you are by the time he gets to you, and you could sidestep him. It's possible. So yeah, I mean, it's possible to avoid him even if he shocks you. See, the thing is, the reason why I'm not playing games as I'm talking about countering killers is the fact that there's no way for me to just play against every single killer I want to play against. It's gonna be like, you know, I'm gonna get like 3 games of Huntress and 5 games of Nurse and 1 game of Spirit, and it's not gonna be efficient, you know? That's why I have pre-recorded my gameplay and I'm showing it to you guys and talking like this. Yeah, and one important thing about him is that you need to learn which loops are safe and which ones are not. If you are at an unsafe loop, his shock therapy will make it very easy for him to disable your ability to even attempt to loop him. Like, if there is an equal distance between both sides of the pallet, and he is at that middle point, and he shocks you, you are going to get hit. Because you cannot vault the pallet, and he's just going to run to your side and smack you. So, just be aware of what loops are safe and which ones are not against him. I mean, the thing about Spine Chill is, it's not, like, you know, Spine Chill is useful in a lot of situations, but it's less useful against killers who have a full terror radius. Like, if this guy, you see 32 meter terror radius, you know he's gonna be coming. That's plenty of time to react. You don't really need Spine Chill to help you here. But against a different killer, like let's say Myers or something, Spine Chill is gonna be a lot more useful. So, you know, while I do recommend Spine Chill, it's a very good perk. Against these 32 meter killers, it's not that important. Okay. And yeah, so let's see. Good maps for him, of course, are the small maps where his static blast is unavoidable. So that would be the maps like Hawkins and Leary's, basically the maps that people hate. So don't burn those maps if you don't like Doctor, because he will have a fun time on those. Any other counters to him? Midwich? Yeah, Midwich is pretty bad. I mean, for survivors, I mean. Doctor has a good time on Midwich. So don't burn Midwich either. But yeah, I think that's about it for him. Unless you guys have some other ideas. Yeah, so let's say, you know, you're in a chase. Here's another point before I move on to the next one. Let's say you're in a chase and the chase winds up going to, like, let's say there's a staircase in the chase, okay? And he's charging his shock therapy. And then he tries to shock you and you're going up the stairs. The shock therapy will not hit you if you have a height difference versus him. So that is another way you can kind of counter it. It's a bit rare though. Most of the time you are on the same height as the Doctor, so you know it's situational. But that's something to keep in mind. Anyway, let's move on to the next one. Leatherface. How do we counter this guy? How do we counter this guy? DC. Loop around trees and rocks. Borrowed time. Oh man, borrowed time actually doesn't work that well against him. He can still chainsaw you. He can hit you twice with this chainsaw, and you will get down, even with BT. Thank you, Lucas, for the donation. I found your channel recently, and I'm loving the gameplay critiques. Keep up the awesome work. Thank you. I am glad you are enjoying them. I hope you continue to watch my stuff. Yeah. Anyway. You can use lockers, yep. If he is in the middle of a chainsaw frenzy, you can hop inside a locker, and he will have to wait until his frenzy ends before he can pull you out. And then you can just jump out of the locker before he does that. So, yeah. That is a counter. Yep. Do not get hooked in the basement. You will probably not get out during that game. It's very easy for him to hook camp because his chainsaw has one-shots, and whoever tries to save you will get down, so... Report him for playing Leatherface? Like BHVR is gonna do anything. Come on. It takes them like months to fix a single bug in their game. But yeah, so when it comes to Leatherface, I think your best friend, similar to Wraith, is going to be windows. If you vault a window during when he's revving his chainsaw, he will have no choice but to cancel his chainsaw and either vault the window or try and go around it. And then you're just, at that point, running him like a normal killer. So... he can break pallets faster than other killers with his chainsaw, so be aware of that. If you know he's about to break the pallet with his chainsaw, I mean, you can try and stun him. It's very risky. The timing has to be very precise to do it, but you can stun him during his frenzy. Okay? Yeah, I see someone spamming, but I think... Did somebody take care of that? Do I have a moderator in here? Oh, well. See if I can... Let me see if I can ban him real fast. Hang on. Let's see. Put user in timeout. There we go. Okay. Yes, the counter to Leatherface. Adult content. Well, that might distract him. Maybe. Let's see. Yeah, it's possible. In certain loops, you can hug the walls very tightly, and there is the chance that he will bump into the wall, and then you can run away because he gets stunned when he bumps into something. 360 him? That's risky, man. 360 one-shot killer. I mean, if he has his chainsaw and you're trying to 360 him, it's very risky, because if he doesn't fall for it, you're dead. There is no, oh, I'm injured, I can still loop him. No, you're just dead, man. So yeah, it's possible, but I wouldn't do it. I mean, he's fairly easy. It's just that if you are out of position, he will punish you very harshly by instantly killing you. So, as long as you are staying near the windows and, you know, using the pallets properly and looping him, he shouldn't be too difficult to deal with. But yeah, if you're not playing the game the way it should be, then he will stomp you. But let's see. What other counters? Are there any good perks to counter him? I mean, you don't really need a stealth detection perk, I mean, because he has a standard tear radius. You don't really need to know where he is or anything. He doesn't have any mobility, really. I mean, he's a standard move speed killer, but his power doesn't let him zoom around the map, so you could gen rush him, I guess. Yep, head on. Head on is a good pick. Decisive strike. Good pick against him. Yeah, resilience and spine chill. They do let you vault windows faster. That could be just enough time to avoid a chainsaw hit, if you have those perks. Run distortion. Yeah, I mean, a lot of Leatherfaces do use barbecue. But there are also some who are just basement campers and they don't use barbecue, so, you know, it goes both ways. Metal of Man. I don't think Metal of Man is going to be that useful, because he has a one-shot power, and by the time you take your third hit, like let's say he chainsaws you 3 times and you get your 3 Metal of Man stacks, and then he hooks you 3 times, well, the third time he hooks you, you're dead. So Metal of Man isn't really the answer. Be extra careful when going for hook rescue. Yeah, Insidious is a very popular perk on him. Let me see. Let me pause this. Oh wait, no, I'm not putting any gameplay on. Let's see. Insidious. Let me find it. It's right. Did I miss it? No, it's right there. Insidious is a popular perk on him. Just be aware he may be camping whoever he hooked. So if you're in a Survive with Friends group, then you can just say, oh, you know, he's camping me, and then you can just do gens, and then that's the game. But yeah, anything else for countering him? Well, Kindred as well, but if he has Insidious, well, the thing is, with Kindred, you will still have about 3 seconds before he will gain Undetectable if he has Insidious, so Kindred is still a good counter against him, yeah. When did I start playing DBD? It was maybe 4 years ago. It was around the time Leatherface came out, actually. That's when I started playing. So yeah. But anyway, I think that's it for Leatherface. Yeah. I guess we'll move on. Alright, Freddy. How do we counter Freddy, guys? Stay awake? Yeah, I mean, staying awake is easier said than done because you passively fall asleep during the match. Every 60 seconds you will fall asleep whether he finds you or not. And waking up is pretty tedious if you are, like, well, there are 3 ways to wake up. You can fail a skill check, but the problem with that is that you will take even more time to complete your objectives if you fail skill checks, so that's not ideal. You can have a teammate wake you up, which requires you to find a teammate, which also takes time, but not nearly, I don't think it's as bad as failing a skill check, so that is the preferred way of waking up. And you can also find one of those alarm clocks on the map, which is the most time-consuming method, and I would not recommend it unless you just happen to be near the alarm clock. So yeah. Most of the time it is not worth waking up. Unless there's like a strategic reason why you need to wake up, like maybe you're on your last hook and you just cannot afford to be caught in a chase and get snared, or to drop a dream pallet, and you really can't afford to deal with like an empowered Freddy during a chase, then yeah, wake up. Oh wait, is this clip louder? Hang on, sorry. Let me mute that. Okay. These clips are not meant to have audio. Sorry about that. But yeah. Waking up is usually not worth it. Unless, of course, you have a teammate nearby, or a clock is nearby, or just happens to be nearby, or you fail a skill check by accident, you know, whatever. But yeah, you mostly just have to deal with being asleep. But how do you deal with Freddy's snares, you know? Like, let's say, you know, if you're awake, you don't have to deal with them at all. They will just not even appear for you. You just run over them, no problem. But if they are there, how do you deal with them? Like, if you get snared during a chase, then he already said it before the chase happened, probably. Then you just have to deal with the fact that you're slowed, and you might take a hit. You might not be able to make it to the pallet, you might not be able to make it to the window. You can try running around the snare, but that may actually take even more time than just running through it. It's kind of, you know, either way you kind of lose there. Thank you, Avenging Angel, for the donation. I've seen your content before in sub, but I do get angry because no one shows love back. Love you peeps anyway. Well, thank you. I mean, it's fine. As long as I just want you guys to watch and learn something, and, you know, benefit from watching. That's the whole point. So as long as you guys are enjoying yourself, I'm fine. If you want to, you know, show me love or something, I don't know. Like I said, you could, of course, donate, but you could also join the Discord. There is a link in the description. I hang out there quite a bit, and, you know, I talk sometimes, so yeah. Join the Discord if you want. Can you dead hard through a snare? I've never actually tried that myself. I don't see many Freddy players, honestly, but I think you can. You can dead hard through everything else in the game. Spams are back? Okay, let me... Okay. I think I hid that guy. Alright. So... Blast Mine or Repressed Alliance? Yeah, so a lot of Freddys like to use, let's see, let me get out of this gameplay for a second. A lot of Freddys like to use barbecue. So just when you play against a Freddy, just assume they have this perk. They also like to use what was it you mentioned? Yeah, Forever Freddys. So they like to use Pop Goes the Weasel. And a great perk to counter Pop is in fact Blast Mine. Right here. If you don't know what it is, you can read it. And Repressed Alliance, which is right here. So these two will counter the killer kicking your gens. But it's kind of a niche use case in most situations. I mean, Blast Mine is better than Repressed, in my opinion. So I'd probably pick this over that. But if you really don't like Pop Goes the Weasel, this is a better counter to Pop than Blast Mine. So, but yeah, this is probably better in most cases. Plus, it's hilarious when the killer gets blinded. So, yeah. But yeah, Freddy uses Pop a lot. He uses Barbecue a lot because one of his powers is he can teleport to any gen on the map. So he's gonna kick the gen after he hooks somebody, and he's just gonna kick it because he just hooked somebody. So, you know, Pop Goes the Weasel is like a natural perk for him. So yeah. Yeah, when you are asleep, like when you enter like the dream state, he does not have a terror radius anymore. You become oblivious, and then perks that rely on the killer's terror radius do not trigger. So there are certain perks that rely on the terror radius, such as, let's see, I believe Diversion is one of them. Should be right here. Yeah, right here. Diversion, you have to be in the terror radius to charge this power. Stakeout is another one. You have to be in the radius to get your tokens. So yeah, don't use these two perks if it's a Freddy. Of course, you won't know it's a Freddy until it's too late, but you know. Let's see. Is Spine Chill the best perk in the game? I don't know. It's good, but I think there's probably a better perk. I think Dead Hard might be the best perk in the game. Maybe. Or maybe Ironwell. I don't know. But yeah, it's a good perk, dude. Oh my gosh, this spammer. What's he doing? Put user in timeout. Okay, we'll try that again. Sorry, I do not know how to ban people. I wish I did. Anyway. But, yeah, so that is Freddy. Did I actually really say how to counter his snares? Not really. So, a good Freddy will put his snares kind of in the midpoint of the loop to where it's not directly at the window, because if you put a snare at directly where the window is, you won't really benefit from the fact that it's slowing the survivor. You have to put the snare a little bit before they reach the window so they're slowed, and then they slow vault the window. So you have to kind of go into the chase with that in mind. It's like, oh, you know, he's gonna put the snare right here, so you can, I don't know if you can always do something about it, but if you know he's putting snares down during the chase, well, he doesn't really get slowed down during when he's putting snares down, does he? I don't think he does. He doesn't suffer a movement speed penalty. Or does he? I'm not sure. They've changed him a little bit. But if you're not in a chase and you come across his snares, you can, of course, disarm them, you know, run over them yourself so your teammates don't run over them. Oh, nice. Okay, they did. Okay, so they did nerf him recently. So when he's putting the snares down, he does get slowed. So yeah, if he's at a loop and he's actively putting the snares down, he's going to get slowed. That will give you enough time to make it to your window or pallet most of the time. And then you have to decide whether or not, if you run through that snare he put down, if you will have enough time to loop him again, or if he's going to hit you. So it's kind of about being greedy at that point. Like, are you going to go for another loop, or are you going to drop the pallet early? That's the decision you make. And then you have the dream pallets. It's kind of just a memory game with the dream pallets. You won't always know which pallets are dream pallets. I'm not sure if there's a way to tell the difference other than just, you know, remembering from like when you were awake versus when you were asleep. Oh, any means necessary? Yeah, any means necessary will be a good way to deal with that. Like, if you drop the pallet and it's fake, it'll just explode in blood. But if you drop a pallet and it's real, you can just reset it with any means necessary. That's a good perk. Windows of Opportunity only shows real pallets? Is that true? I'm not sure. I can't really say if that's true or not. But, I mean, that would make it very easy to deal with if Windows of Opportunity did that. Yeah, there are some things in this game that even I don't know, but they're like the really niche things. Like, does Windows of Opportunity show you Freddy's dream pallets? Like, I'm gonna take a guess and say it does, but I've never tried it myself. Anyway, thank you, Miranda, for the donation. Hey, Pain, I love your content. I'm so excited to catch you live. Yeah, thanks for tuning in. Thank all of you for being here. It's great. Let's see. But other than that, he's kind of just like a clown. He just slows you sometimes. So you can just either drop the pallet early in most cases, or you can sometimes ignore his traps if you can make it to the window or pallet. But yeah, he can be looped like most killers otherwise, especially if you're awake. You just loop him. He has no way to deal with you if you're awake. So, also adrenaline. Adrenaline is a good counter. Although that only kicks in at the end of the game, adrenaline will wake you up. So yeah. Calm Spirit will silence your screams when you run through the snares. So that's nice, but when it comes to that, the fact that the dream snare reveals your location isn't that big a deal because he's mostly going to be using them during the chase anyways. Like, if you are running into a snare, you're probably in a chase, so he knows you're there. It's not a huge deal, but Calm Spirit does technically counter the snares, so yeah, it could be good. What about self-care? I mean, yeah, self-care is nice. It's not that big a deal against him because you can loop him. It's like self-care is probably a better perk against like a hag because you could be running into a trap at any time. You don't know where the traps are. So I would say it's not a huge counter to him. It's just a nice one to have. Oh, but wait. There is a reason to bring self-care though. You can fail your skill checks with self-care and you will wake up. So that's actually a huge reason to bring self-care. My bad. Bring self-care if it's a Freddy, guys. Of course, you can't know it's Freddy, right? But if you like self-care, that's just another reason to bring it. Anyway. Let's see. And bite the bullet. Oh, right, bite the bullet. Yeah. Self-care and bite the bullet. That's a great combo for Freddy, I guess. But anyway, I think that's it for Freddy. Unless you guys have some other ideas. Does botany knowledge make self-care worth having? I mean, that's a lot of perks to dedicate to just healing yourself faster, so maybe if you bring a med kit too, then it might be worth it. But yeah, I wouldn't just bring botany just to have a little boost with self-care. That seems wasteful. Yeah, Freddy does have kind of a hard time seeing, because he's in the dream world. So if you burn these murky reagents, it'll make it so he has an even harder time finding you. So that's a decent counter, I guess. But yeah, so I guess that's basically Freddy. Does he have any add-ons here? I mean, that's not too bad. That's nothing too overpowered here since he got nerfed. Yeah, nothing great. All right. Any maps he's strong or weak on? Before I move on, I would say maps where it's like there's only one way to run a loop, and then he can put a snare at the midpoint of that loop. Like, I think the game is a pretty good map for him because it's very obvious where you need to put your snare. So he'll just put it there, and most of the time he will get a hit there. Or I'm not gonna say Haddonfield, but like narrow corridors where you literally cannot avoid going over. You cannot avoid the snare. That is a good spot for him. Maps with narrow corridors. Midwich might be good for that too. Basically, these are killer-sided maps for a reason. Just saying. Let's see. Pallet City, Old Autohaven. Yep. But Yeah, I mean, I guess that's it for Freddy. Oh, and maps where he can teleport, like, well, he can teleport on any map, of course, but what I'm saying is, like, what's a good map for teleporting? I don't know. Kind of lost train of thought. But anyway, let's move on to Pig. How do we counter Pig, guys? Pull up the gameplay here. Shoot. Boop the snoot. I mean, that's... I mean, if they become friendly after that, sure. Boop the snoot, and then they're your friend. Spine Chill. Spine Chill is a good pick against her. Urban Evasion. I mean, Urban... I don't know. I really only see Urban as a good counter against, like, Hag and maybe Huntress. Avoid repairing gens if a teammate has a trap. Yep, that's a good practice. If you know your teammate has a trap on their head, do not finish the gen. I mean, you can 99 it. Well, the reason for this is you want to give them as much time as possible to get the trap off their head, because, you know, the timer's going to start ticking. These traps activate when a generator is completed. So you want to give your teammate enough time to get the trap off their head before they die. So yeah. As a pig main, you cannot counter her. Best and most OP killer. Unbeatable. I don't know, man. She is pretty loopable. I mean, her power only helps in a couple scenarios when it comes to looping. Mostly the unsafe loops, you can maybe get a hit with ambush. It's kind of like a 50-50. Her bear traps are... reverse bear traps are the reason why she's powerful, though. Let's see. This isn't a counter, but I tip against her. If all gens are repaired, and she puts a trap on your head, you can escape. Yeah. Yep. You can escape the map even with a trap on your head, as long as it is not active. So, yeah, you don't have to worry about dying if it's not active. Yep, you can also escape through the hatch if you have a trap on your head, so a perk like Left Behind, which lets you see the hatch's aura if you're the last survivor, that can be a good perk for her. I'm trying to think of what else, though. But when it comes to, you know, most of the time when you're seeing her, you're being chased by her. So in most situations, you can just loop her like a normal killer. There is the possibility that she could try and use her ambush attack, but you will either see or hear her crouching and using ambush, so you will have time to react to it. If you are at an unsafe loop and she is trying to ambush you, it's you kind of have two options. You can either guess which side she's going to ambush towards, or you can try and abandon the loop before she ambushes you. So those are your two options. It kind of depends on how fast you are to react, or just how lucky you are in some scenarios. But yeah. An account he did, yeah, I did that. I talked about Doctor earlier. Yeah, Left Behind does help sometimes. I mean, you can't know it's gonna be Pig, though. You can't know it's gonna be any killer. Yeah, sprint burst can counter her dash, for sure. Any exhaustion perk really can counter it, except like head on, but that's a little different. Yeah, if you just really try not to get downed, okay? If you get downed, you're gonna have a trap put on your head, and it's gonna take like at least, I would say at least 30 seconds. If you're really lucky and you get it on your first try, it's gonna take 30 seconds to get the trap off. But if you're really unlucky, it could take like 2 minutes. It's a huge time waster to get the trap off your head. So, if you can help it, do not get downed. If you see someone else being chased by a pig and it looks like they're going to get down, you can try and take a hit for them so they don't, get reverse bear trapped. Let's see, premonition, spine chill. Yeah. Let me get rid of that spammer here. Wait, let me see what you said about banning them here. Wait, let me try and ban this person real fast. Okay. Shoot. Remove. That only removes the message, I believe. Yeah. I'll just have to put him in timeout again. I don't know. Okay. Some survivors get too cocky. Yes, so Pig likes to use Save the Best for Last. That's like a core perk on her. Let me stop this gameplay real fast. Shoot. Okay. So Save the Best for Last is like a core perk on her. If you're up against a pig and you are the obsession, she is probably going to try to ambush you more than basic attack you because she won't want to lose her stacks. So that can make looping her easier if you're the obsession. So just keep that in mind. She runs this perk a lot. Let's see, what else does she run? Discordance might be popular for her since she can crouch and become undetectable, which also makes, Spine Chill a good perk against her. Opinions on Moris? Well, they recently nerfed Moris. Well, not so recently, but they aren't really that much of a problem anymore. You have to reach... it's not just after one hook you can be moried. You have to be hooked twice, and then you can get moried. So it's not a big deal. Alright. What else? Small game or counterforce? Yeah, I mean, she might have ruin. But, it's like, if they have these hex perks, then counterforce or small game are going to be good regardless, so it doesn't really matter. But, what else does she usually run? Trying to think. Oh, she probably uses Nurse's Calling. That would be a popular one, since she can go in undetectable. Let's see. Oh, and she does have one overpowered add-on. It's right here. She can see survivors within 12 meters while crouched through walls. So if she is constantly finding you, even though you're hiding, she might have this. I did go over the shape. It was a bit ago. Let's see, how many killers ago was it? Oh man, 1, 2, 3, yeah, about 5 killers ago, 5 or 4. But yeah. But basically for Pig, like I said, you can loop her normally most of the time. Be aware that she can go undetectable. If you have a detection perk like Spine Chill, that can help you. For her reverse bear traps, if your teammates have a bear trap put on them and you are about to finish a gen, consider not finishing the gen and wait to save them off the hook and give them some time to take the bear trap off. And that should save them from being killed. So that is mostly how you counter her. Please block the spammer when he comes back. Yeah, I will try. Let me see, how do I block people though? I can put people in timeout, but I can't block them. I don't know why. Anyway, let's move on. Clown. How do we counter Clown? How about Monitor? Oh wait, no, you're still talking about Pig. We're talking about Clown now, guys. Get out of the area? I mean, yeah, you're gonna try and avoid the bottles, of course, but there are some situations where you literally cannot avoid the bottles. Indoor maps? Yep. Clown does not like indoor maps. It's very hard to toss the bottles when there's like a ceiling or there are lots of walls or around. He can't really hit you with the bottles because they're going to hit the walls. So yeah, they're pretty good. Let's see. Vault windows, yeah. Don't get hit by the bottle if he has the iridescent add-on. Yep. That will expose you and make you one-shot. Try to avoid direct hits with the bottle. See, the thing about him, though, is that when you're looping him, a lot of times, if you are slowed by his bottle, if you are not already at the pallet or window and you have some distance to get there, a lot of times he can catch up to you in situations where, you know, a normal killer, you would be able to evade them. So when you are slowed by a bottle, you have to make a choice. Like, most of the loops in the game have one pallet and one window. So if you are slowed, you have to make the choice whether you can make it to the window or if you have to drop the pallet early. And a lot of the time, the answer is to drop the pallet early. Of course, there are some loops where the clown can kind of ignore the pallet and just keep running around it because you're slow, and he will catch up to you. So it will take some experience in this game to learn which loops those are, to where he can just ignore the pallet you drop and keep chasing you around it. So yeah, it's a bit more complicated, but as you get better at the game, you will learn which loops these are, and you will learn like, oh no, I have to leave this loop or I'm gonna get hit, or I have to drop this pallet early or I'm gonna get hit. Let's see. A Calm Spirit does help. It's not gonna prevent you from being slowed, but it will prevent you from screaming when you get hit with a bottle. If possible, break line of sight. Yeah. The thing is, though, even if you break line of sight, the gas cloud will persist for maybe 6 seconds or something. So you will have to play around the gas cloud. And he does have a limited number of bottles. So the normal number of bottles is 4. So you can play under the assumption that he only has 4 bottles. And if that is the case, after he throws 4, you can kind of take a breather, because he has to be chasing you like a normal killer at that point. Let's see. Experience is the only counter? Yeah, I mean, it's a good counter for sure. Take all of his bottles and sneak away? Yeah, just have enough pickpocketing skill and take all of his bottles. Then he won't have a power, right? Yeah, once he uses up all of his ranged ability, then he becomes a normal killer. And he's not sneaky at all, guys. Like, he has a 32-meter radius, normal move speed. You're gonna know he's coming. You don't really need Spine Chill to deal with him. So yeah. And yeah, the main add-on to worry about is this one. This will expose you if he hits you directly with one of his bottles. So be careful about that. This one isn't as bad. It just reveals you for 6 seconds. But yeah, this is the main one. Just be careful, yeah, if he has this one. Yeah, if he's reloading, you can just run away from him. Anyway, I think that's about it for him. Like you guys said, Calm Spirit is good, sort of good on him. It's not really that great, since if he's chucking bottles at you, he probably already knows where you are, so, you know, getting rid of your screams isn't that big a deal. Yeah, there is a color swap add-on too. I mean, but once you know that the colors are swapped, it's not a big deal. I mean, it's like, oh, you know, the yellow ones are slowing me. It's like, okay, well, now I know. The yellow ones are the slow ones. And you just remember that for the rest of the game and you're good. It's a brown add-on for a reason. It's not that great. Well, like, how do you know that he has this? Well, he's gonna be trying to hit you with the bottle. He's not gonna be trying to slow you. He's gonna be trying to hit you directly with one of his bottles, and he will keep throwing the bottles at you until he does. And then when it hits you, you'll become exposed, and then he will insta-down you. That's how you know. So yeah. Oh, there's a spammer again. I wish I knew how to deal with this guy. This user's messages will be hidden. Okay. That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to hide this guy. Alright, I think he's hidden now, okay? I think he's hidden. Anyway. Let us continue. We have spirits next. Yes. The spirit. Probably the killer nobody likes, except the killer himself. Yeah, disconnect, right? Disconnect, that's the counter, right? Well, since the most recent patch, Iron Will is actually a viable counter now. It does make it quite a bit harder for her to find you, but it's still also kind of easy still. So the thing is, when you're playing against Spirit, you have to be aware of the fact that the environment around you reacts to your movement. So let's say, you know, you're running and you're running through some grass and Spirit is phasing at you. You know, like she's well, let's say you're not even running. You're walking. You're walking through some grass. There are no scratch marks. She's just phasing. And then during the phase walk, she can see the grass moving. And she can use that to find you. So when you are trying to be stealthy during the phase walk, you need to be aware of that, okay? And also, when she's phase walking, she can only see scratch marks. So you can do things during the phase walk that you wouldn't normally think you could do. Like, you can vault a window right in front of her husk. And, you know, against a normal killer, you'd be like, oh, you know, I'd get hit, but she's phasing right now. Or at least you think she's phasing, unless she's like mind gaming you with like the fake, you know, oh, I'm standing here, but I'm not actually phasing her, you know, that kind of BS stuff she does. I just want to know how you know she's phasing or not. Yeah. So there are a couple ways. So the first way is you have a flashlight. If you flash a spirit's husk, it will disappear. So that's the first way. If, like, let's say she's like trying to mind game you, and she's pretending like she's phasing, but she's not. If you flashlight her, she's gonna get blind, and then you just run away. But yeah, so flashlight's the first way. Second way is spine chill. Like, if you are standing right in front of spirit, and spine chill is lit, and you know spine chill hasn't gone away, like it's staying lit, you're not moving from your location. When a spirit phases, most of the time she will look in the direction she's moving, so she's going to be moving around the loop to get to you, and then you will see spine chill go dark. So if her husk is facing you but spine chill goes dark, then you will know she's phasing. Okay, it's something you don't really think about, but if you think about it, at that moment you can outplay her. But yeah, also of course Iron Will is the best counter against her. The only other way she's gonna find you during a phase walk are your footsteps. They make a small sound. If she has really good headphones, she can catch on to your footsteps. If, you know, like I said, you also leave scratch marks. You can kind of mess with your scratch marks to throw her off. But be aware that a lot of the time when the scratch marks disappear, like, spirit is going to be following the scratch marks. If they suddenly disappear, she's going to exit phase thinking that you're at the end of your scratch mark trail. You can take advantage of that by kind of like running in one direction, then walking in the other. Sometimes that works. Other times she still hears you and you get hit anyways. But there are also some perks like Dance With Me. Very good against spirit. They will hide your scratch marks completely. Deception, really good. Lightweight is kind of good, but it doesn't really help you that much. Let's see. Hope for the best. Yeah. No, they recently buffed Iron Will, so it completely silences your grunts of pain even if they have Strider. So yeah, you don't have to worry about Iron Will not doing its job anymore. Yep, Fixated. Fixated, very good against Spirit. Yep, also keep in mind that Spirit's, her phase walk has a very long cooldown. I think it's like 10-15 seconds or something. It's very long if she uses the entire duration. So if she pretends that she's phase walking, but you know that her phase walk is still on cooldown, you can just run away from her. So yeah. Let's see. Buff lightweight. Also, keep in mind that when she is phase walking, she cannot see auras. So you can, like, maybe you're afraid she has nurses calling, but she's phase walking. You can heal during her phase walk. Like, imagine you had Bite the Bullet. You could heal with Bite the Bullet and turn completely silent during that time. And she wouldn't be able to find you with the audio. So yeah, that's pretty cool. Let's see. What other counters, guys? Can you think of any? Let me turn off this gameplay. I was doing a meme build. This. Yeah, Lucky Break. Yep. Lucky Break is a great pick against her. Yep. That will remove your blood trails and scratch marks, but only for 60 seconds, so. Always throw the pallet. You gotta be careful about that, because if you throw the pallet and she phases to your side of the pallet that you dropped, you will be stuck in the pallet throw animation, which can be enough time for her to exit phase and hit you. So, if you want to play a pallet, it's going to be a 50-50. That's just the way it is. It's a better idea to try and be unpredictable and just lose her when she is phasing. You can also Quick and Quiet. Quick and Quiet is a very good perk against her. You can vault the window, and she will not know you vaulted the window, or you can go inside a locker and she won't know. So yeah. Use corn and tall grass. If she phases and sees the grass moving, when she phases, she has no collision, so you can move through her. Like, let's say, you know, she's phasing and you pass right, you know, like you're walking and you're walking back towards her. She can move through you. She will not feel you move against her when she's phasing, so that's not really an issue. The issue is she can hear, you know, if you're close to her when she's phasing, she can hear your breathing, she can hear your footsteps, and she can hear the grass rustling. Okay? Those are the giveaways. Self-preservation. Yeah, that could work, but of course, you know, you need a teammate nearby for that to activate. So it's situational. Spirit has no bad maps. I would say bad map for Spirit is one where it's hard to follow the scratch marks. So, I mean, it's of course she can still follow you with her audio, the audio cues, but having a map like Yamauka where there's lots of grass around, that can throw her off sometimes. And of course, every killer hates Haddonfield pretty much. So if you ever want to ruin a killer's day, just burn this map. Let's see. Yeah, and what do you call it? Scratch marks on Coldwind in the cornfield. That could... Well, the thing about that is that when you're moving through the cornfield, the corn will give you away because it rustles and it moves as you move through it. So I probably wouldn't want to burn this if it's a spirit. But yeah, any other things to worry about? Oh, right, these stupidly overpowered red add-ons, yeah. she can see your blood while phasing, which is just dumb. It's like, that completely removes any counterplay survivors have, pretty much. There's really nothing you can do about this unless you have Lucky Break. That's your only hope if she burns this. And this one just kind of complements this one, just makes it easier for her to track you. It makes her super fast. So yeah, just pray she doesn't burn these, okay? Let's see. Anything else to counter Spirit? I don't know. I don't think there's anything else to really talk about with her. Also keep in mind, if you are within her terror radius and she is phasing, you will not know she's phasing until you exit the radius. So, do be careful about that. Alright, I mean, she's still very, very challenging to go against most of the time. So, I mean, the things I mentioned are like ways to help you sometimes not get caught, but she's still gonna catch you a lot if she's good. Okay? Anyway, let's move on to Legion. How do we counter this bad boy? Oh man, I remember that. That was a long time ago. That was when Legion was broken. When he could stab you while you had deep wounds and just keep doing that until you got down. That was messed up. But he's they nerfed him quite a bit since then. So, but yeah, so when it comes to Legion, his power, the thing that makes him strong is the fact that he can stab multiple survivors in a short amount of time thanks to his frenzy. He gains Killer Instinct, which you cannot avoid by any means, unless the only way to avoid it is to be outside his terror radius. And some not avoid Killer Instinct even if you go inside a locker, okay? So the only thing you can do when he has stabbed a survivor with his frenzy is to run. You run, hopefully you are far enough away so you do not get stabbed by him. Legion punishes survivors who group up. So when it's a Legion, you just play split up. And if you can make Legion miss his melee attack during a frenzy, he will be put on cooldown. So sometimes you can 360 him, or you can throw off his aim, or you can stun him with a pellet, or you can flashlight him during his frenzy, and that will put him on cooldown. Well, not on cooldown. If you flashlight him during his frenzy, it will end immediately, and he will be able to attack. So be careful about that. But you can flashlight him during the frenzy. But even the nice thing is, even if he stabs you and he tries to finish you off, like, you know, he's gonna stab you like, oh no, I have deep wounds now, ooh no, right? He has to suffer a 3 or 4 second cooldown, I forgot, it's a long cooldown, before he can actually down you with a basic attack. He cannot down survivors with frenzy attacks. So
if he, you know, decides to cancel his frenzy and chase you with his normal attack, you just loop him. There's nothing to worry about at that point. You just have deep wounds and you're being looped. Not a big deal. And yeah, he does do better on smaller maps because, of course, it's harder for the survivors to stay split up because it's a smaller map. So yeah, just if you pick a big map, it's going to be harder for him to run across the map to hit somebody else. Botany for quick heals and improve thyself for quick gens. Yeah, you could do that. You can also choose not to heal against Legion. But, of course, that comes with a risk of being instantly down, so... The thing is, it's so easy for him to get first hits on people. It's just hard for him to secure kills on people. That's what's difficult for him. So, staying injured is actually a strategy. If you're confident with your looping, you can stay injured during the match. Yeah, Resilience. Resilience is a good perk for him, against him. Iron Will, good perk, because you're gonna be injured most of the match against the Legion. If he's good and he's pressuring you, he's gonna be injuring everybody. But whether he downs people or not is mostly based on the skill of the survivors, if they can loop him. No mither? Yeah, no mither. But if everybody runs no mither, he's just gonna play like you guys are running no mither and just one-shot all of you. He won't have a power then, but no mither is so rare to see nowadays. Do not hide inside a locker during his frenzy. He can interact with lockers, so that is not a counter to frenzy. Any other counters, guys? Oh, right. Something to note about Frenzy. He cannot see blood or scratch marks while he is in Frenzy mode. So, if you are turning a lot of corners, you can lose him before he can find you. Although that is considering he does not have Killer Instinct up. So if you are the first survivor he is trying to hit with his frenzy, you can lose him by breaking line of sight. Yeah, I mean, you can head on him, but, I mean, it takes 3 seconds to charge head on, so, like, are you sure you're going to be in a situation? Well, I mean, if he finds you hiding inside a locker with Killer Instinct and you have head-on charge, yeah, you could do that. You could do that. Okay. Head-on could be a counter, sure. And a lot of legions use Thanatophobia because of how easy it is to injure people. So if he does have that perk, you might want to consider healing. I don't know. Let's see. What kind of perks does he use? Yep. Thanatophobia. I mean, I kind of just use this to farm. Discordance is pretty popular on him. And Ruin. Ruin because he's a pretty good pressure putter. Pressure putter. Yeah. But, let's see. I don't have that one add-on, but he has an add-on that makes his terror radius audible across the entire map. Which means during Frenzy, he can find anybody. And he also instantly breaks pallets when he vaults them. But yeah, so I think that's about it for Legion. Like, he has normal move speed, normal radius. You don't need a detection perk for him. Just bring like looping perks, Iron Will, head on might be good. You know, exhaustion perks, and just loop him after he exits his frenzy, pretty much. Okay. Let's go with Plague. How do we counter Plague? Ah, yes. Vommy Mommy. Yeah. Do not cleanse excessively. Yes, so this is a big controversial topic. Should you cleanse against Plague? Like, at all? It's like a complicated question, you know? Because if you don't cleanse, then you're one-shot the entire game. There's no way to heal from it. And if you do cleanse, she gets her broken red vomit, which can damage people. So, what do you do? Let's see what you guys are saying. No, it's not controversial. Just don't cleanse. Commit. Plague starts with one corrupted pool by default. Yes, she does. If you're broken and she has access to corrupt, then cleanse. Yeah, that could be a good idea. Don't cleanse right off the bat. So, my idea is that you cleanse when the pool you are cleansing at is nowhere near the killer, okay? And you don't just cleanse, you know, because, oh, you know, I got hit by a little infection, I have like 2% infection progress, I need to cleanse right now. No. You only cleanse when you are fully infected. Okay? And if you can help it, stay infected for as long as possible until it becomes life-threatening. Like she gets her corrupt purge. Then that's a good time to cleanse. So yeah, that's my idea about it. And yeah, when it comes to Plague, she can infect basically everything with her vomit. If you touch anything she infects, you will become infected. So try to stay uninfected for as long as possible. When it comes to interacting with survivors who are sick, such as unhooking survivors who have sickness, and you are, you know, you're not infected, but they're infected. If you touch a fully infected survivor, you will become infected. So you want the people who are already sick to interact with each other, so the healthy survivors don't have to. But yeah, so if you take away her corrupt purge, she is basically a standard killer. You can loop her, you can stun her. The way she opens chases is a little bit different. She's going to be trying to get you to full infection with Vile Purge, and then try and finish you off with a basic attack. That's usually how it's going to go. If that's the case, What you want to do is try not to be in an open field, of course. If you're in an open field, you have no way to really block her vomit. You can only try and spin her around and throw off her aim. But if you're at a loop, just turn a wall. Her vomit is a projectile. It has a speed. It takes some time to get to you. You can usually avoid most of the vomit if you go around a wall. Iron Will is not a counter to Plague. Coughing does not get silenced by Iron Will. Right, and similar to the other ranged killers in the game, you want to have a tall wall separating you. The short walls she can just vomit over. They do not protect you at all. So yeah, always have a tall wall or a building or some kind of structure to block her projectile. Also, when you are infected, you can walk. And doing anything besides standing still, crouching, and walking will cause your infection meter to go up. So you need to, if you are trying to stay uninfected for as long as possible, you need to walk everywhere. You can't, doing gens builds infection, healing people builds infection, basically everything. But, let's see. Can't you stay still to the wall to not get hit? I mean, I guess it really just depends on the wall, man. If it's tall enough, you can, she won't hit you. But in most cases, if it's a short wall, like the ones on Autohaven, like there's those little debris piles everywhere, she's gonna hit you with the vomit. So really, just stick to the walls, the tall ones, man. But yeah, let's see. Let me get out of that. So, what perks does she use? Well, Thanatophobia is like a core perk on her, I think. This just makes it like you can't even really do anything about this one unless you cleanse at a fountain, which gives her Corrupt Purge. Thanatophobia is gonna be active like the entire match. If you choose to stay infected, then this kicks in, makes everything slow. If you choose to cleanse, then she gets access to her powerful ability, which also sucks. There's like a no-win situation with this perk. So yeah. I think Tinkerer is also really good on her. Because if you stay infected and she has Tinkerer, you're just one shot away, and she has Undetectable. She's just gonna come up to you and whack you at the gen. So yeah, that's pretty good. And this is just another way. This perk, Hysteria, causes Oblivious to all injured survivors. It's just another way for her to gain Undetectable. Not undetectable, but like you can't hear her terror radius, so it's really easy for her to down you. So yeah. When she gets Corrupt Purge, can the survivors loop her? It's really hard, man. It's really hard to loop a Corrupt Purge Plague, just because of how fast she can charge her power, and how easy it is to hit. Like here's an add-on right here. This one makes it so she can run even faster, even faster than her base movement speed, while Corrupt Purge is active. It's like, how are you gonna deal with that? You really can't. You just have to. Honestly, sometimes it's a good idea to just hide during Corrupt Purge. I mean, It's almost as bad as like tier 3 Myers. So yeah. It's really not a fun time. But also she has the one of the most broken add-ons in the game. 10 seconds. So she's gonna see you every 5 seconds. Like every 5 seconds your aura is gonna show up, then there'll be 5 seconds where it doesn't, then the next 5 seconds it will. So yeah, it's gonna be a really sucky game if she brings this. But yeah, like the goal, the way to win against her really is to just manage your infection. Just don't get infected by your teammates. If you know if some of them are sick and you're not, just stay split up from them. And try not to feed her corrupt purge too much. Like only cleanse when you really have to. And when she's far away from the fountain that you're cleansing at, then cleansing isn't too bad. It's still bad, but it's not too bad. There is one other thing about corrupt purge though. So let's say on the map, I believe there is a maximum of 5 pools of devotion. Pools of devotion are the fountains you cleanse at. If 4 fountains are corrupted and the survivor cleanses at the last one, all of those corrupted fountains will become purified fountains, you know, the normal ones, and Plague will get her corrupt purge instantly without having to interact with any. So the reason to do this is to deny the Plague access to 4 of her corrupt purges. So in a way, you are denying her stronger ability and only giving it to her once instead of potentially 4 times. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so that's just an idea there. Anyway, what about perks to counter her? She basically nullifies any healing you do. So don't bring medkits, don't bring botany knowledge, don't bring second wind, don't bring any of that. You can bring like resilience. You can bring let's see. Resilience is really good against her. I'm trying to think of what else. Dead Hard. Dead Hard's good. Anything else, guys? Other perk. Here, wait, let me check real fast. Let's look at some perks. Let's see, we got Soulguard. Yeah, exhaustion perks are good. If she doesn't have corrupt purge, she can be looped normally. Let's see what we got here. I don't think, no, adrenaline's not gonna help you. Nope, not that. Let's see. Oh, blood packs. Well, no. I mean that if you're injured, it just lets you see the obsession. It's not that great. You can't actually heal them, you know. Yeah, no mither. Yeah, no mither. But like, who runs that, right? Calm spirit, not really. Deliverance. Yeah, there aren't too many here. Iron Will doesn't really help that much since coughing cannot be suppressed. lightweight? No. I mean, lucky break, but that only, like, you're gonna be injured pretty much the entire match, so it's only gonna help you the first 60 seconds. Empathy. Yep, empathy will be very helpful. Since everyone's gonna be injured, you'll have vision on everybody the entire match. But yeah, we'll leave it at that. Hang on, let me take a drink. Been talking a lot. Yeah, man, I'm reading the chat. Alright. How do we counter Ghostface, guys? What's my favorite drink? I like, well, I'm drinking tea right now, but I like smoothies. They're pretty good. Anyway, countering Ghostface. Spine Chill. Yep, that is probably the best perk to counter him with. His main power is basically being stealthy, and Spine Chill is the perk to counter that. When it comes to dealing with him, like, if you don't have Spine Chill, you really just have to, well, the problem is at the very beginning of the game, you don't know who the killer is until it's too late, basically. That is the advantage of Ghostface. A very powerful early game. He can stalk somebody and get an easy down. But once you know it's him, it gets a lot easier. Just use your eyes? Yeah, I mean, just if you look at him, you'll knock him out of his power. But an experienced Ghostface won't make that very easy for you. He's gonna be peeking in and out of cover. So like you'll start revealing him, but he'll take cover and then it'll reset the reveal timer and then he'll start stalking you again. So it can be tricky to reveal a Ghostface who is aware of how to counter that. So yeah. And yeah, I mean, you really just loop him normally. Even if you get exposed by him, he has to run the loops like a normal killer. His power doesn't help at all. The only time it helps is if he gets the drop on you, and it's like he exposes you from a couple feet away, and then he insta-downs you. Then you can't really loop him because you got surprised. But otherwise, you just, you know, loop him, windows, pallets, it all works. He also likes to bring Nurse's Calling a lot, so be careful around healing around him, you know? Yeah, I already did Legion a bit ago. Yeah, he does have a sound about him. You can listen for some kind of spooky sounds, and you'll know he's around. But I mean, if you hear the sounds, chances are he's already stalking you, so, you know. It's really just better to bring Spine Chill if you don't like Ghostface or stealth killers. Quick and Quiet does not counter I'm All Ears because I'm All Ears reveals your aura. Quick and Quiet just silences your quick action noise. He will still see your aura for 6 seconds. Can you tell me Spine Chill is not... Spine Chill is top tier? Cornfield map, he's kind of... Yeah, that's another big thing. Ghostface is pretty map dependent. There are a lot of maps where he has a hard time being stealthy because it's like an open field. Like Auto Haven, it's very easy to see him coming. Whereas like Leary's or Raccoon City, it's a bit harder to know he's coming for you. So the map you burn can have a huge impact on how effective he is. Are there any perks that help counter exposure? Not really. I mean, well, the main way to counter exposure, at least by Ghostface, is to not get stalked. And to do that, you need to know he's stalking you in the first place, so Spine Chill is probably the perk you want. Let's see. Wait, what did you say at the same time as me? We said the same thing at the same time? I didn't... What was it, man? I didn't see it. Make Ghostface DS? Yeah, just, yeah, you know, exhaustion perks. You know, they're always nice. If you get exposed, just get some distance. Either expose him before he exposes you or outrun him. Yeah. I guess I did say that. Yeah, Mindbreaker is a good perk for him. I mean, if you're playing Ghostface, Mindbreaker, yes. Well, let me stop the footage. So, yep, Nurse's Calling is pretty popular for him. Let's see. I'm All Ears is actually pretty good on him too. It helps with the looping. And actually, like some ghost faces will stalk you during the loop to try and expose you mid-chase. So you gotta be wary of that. Or they will just go into Night Shroud to make it harder to mind game them, because you won't see their red stain during Night Shroud, and you won't hear their radius. So it is a bit more challenging to deal with them. But it's pretty easy to knock them out of it at the same time. Let's see. I think Bamboozle is also kind of popular to help with the looping. But yeah, mostly Spine Chill and just looping him. And if you get exposed, I think by default it's a 40-second duration for the exposure. So if you can outlast the exposed status, then you're fine. But of course he does have some add-ons that increase the duration of that, so I gotta be careful. But yeah, so that's Ghostface. He's not too hard. You just mostly loop the guy. Alright. Demo. How do we counter Demo Doggy? What's my favorite Mori? Actually, it might be Demogorgon. He's pretty gruesome. Pet the doggo? I don't know if you guys can see it, but look at my cursor right now. There. See that? Petting him. Alright. Alright, so how do we counter him? Yeah, so Demo is a killer that's similar to Trapper and Hag. he requires some setup time. He is going to be setting up portals during the first portion of the game. It's not going to take that long, but it's going to take a little bit. He wants to have a network of portals so he can quickly control gens. So you do have some... You can go the gen rush route. Just try and rush him. You want to try and deny his portals when you can. Like, there are some situations where you want to cleanse those portals and others where you don't. So, one situation is a generator has 0 progress. And there's a portal, it's open, it's right next to it. You probably want to cleanse that portal. You're not going to get the gen done before he, at some point, teleports to that gen, okay? He's gonna teleport to it. You probably don't want him there. so cleanse the portal if the gen has like 0 progress on it. But let's say the gen has, 80%. And the portal's open right next to it. You might be able to finish that gen before he teleports to it. And the cool thing is, Demo cannot get rid of portals he's already set up. And he can only have a maximum of, what, 6 portals open? Let's see. How many portals can he have max? It's either 6 or 7. But, yeah. He cannot remove the portals once they're open. So, if a gen gets done, and a portal's next to it, then that portal is kind of useless because the gen's done and there's no reason for him to teleport there anymore. So that will count towards his maximum portal count, and it makes it so there's 1 less portal for him to open. So you don't have to worry about it anymore. Let's see. You gotta be careful about Shred too. Like, there are some situations where he can. So there's 2 ways he's gonna use Shred. Well, 3 if you count the utility aspect. So he's gonna start using Shred when he wants to find a survivor. If you're near a portal, when he is channeling his, when he's holding right click and he's about to shred, he can see survivors who are near his portals with Killer Instinct. He will see that. So that's the first part. During a chase, the second part, he may fake his shred. He may just walk towards you, and he'll be holding the shred button, but he's not actually going to shred you. He's just pretending, so you'll try and juke his shred, and then when you're juking him, he'll just cancel it, and he'll catch up to you. So that's the second way. And the third way is he actually tries to shred you. And it's kind of like, it's really just about like, you gotta see the cues. Like, you gotta see like, oh, is he gonna shred me or is he faking it? You gotta try and make that judgment. It's kind of sometimes just 50-50, you don't know. But if he does try and shred you, it's going to be at a point during the chase where if he doesn't shred you, you will make it to the pallet or window. So just be aware of those moments, and if you think he's actually going to shred, then, dodge it. Try and preempt a dodge. So that's how you kind of deal with shred. Let's see. Just looking at what you guys are saying. No, Shred can only hit 1 survivor at a time. You don't have to worry about it being an area of effect attack. What perks counter him? Spine Chill. Spine Chill, let's say, you can actually avoid cleansing portals altogether if you have a Spine Chill, because when he's traveling to a portal, like let's say you're sitting on top of a portal and he travels to it, you're going to see Spine Chill light up before he reaches your portal. So you will have enough time to run away before he gets there. So that's a pretty cool use of Spine Chill right there. But let's see. What else is good against him? Dead Heart, of course. Any exhaustion perk, really. He is outside of his Shred ability, he is a normal killer to loot. The only time you really worry about Shred is if there is a unsafe portion of a loop where it's possible for him to lunge at you with Shred. In which case you can dodge it. It's kind of just, you know, like, you have to be able to interpret whether he's going to do it or not, or if he's faking it. Let's see. Just looking at chat here. Right. Also, Demo can shred pallets. So, like, let's say there's a pallet between you and him and he has Shred charged. If you drop the pallet, he will break the pallet. He will get stunned, but the pallet will break. So it's a little bit faster for him to shred the pallet than it is to normally break it, because he doesn't have to travel as far to break it. But yeah, just be aware that the pallet will be broken if he shreds it. It won't stun him, and he won't have to spend extra time breaking it. He also has a couple busted, I think maybe one busted add-on, really. Let's take a look at it. This one reveals the auras of all survivors while traveling underground. So, yeah, there's really no way to deal with this. You just have to be aware that he might have it. If you have Distortion, then you'll know he has it. You'll see the ability proc. But, yeah, just be aware that when he's traveling, there is the possibility he knows where you are. Will iridescent maps show portals? I believe maps do show portals. So if you have a map, you can track the portals. But it's not like they're going to be hard to find, because almost every demo puts their portals next to a gen. Because they can track who is on a gen at that point. And there's really no reason not to put the portals there, because if the survivor doesn't cleanse the portal, and they try and do the gen, you can just teleport to it whenever you want. And he can also get that killer instinct advantage by putting the portal next to the gen. Prove Thyself does not have any effect on portals, no. Is Unbreakable good? I mean, Unbreakable doesn't really help unless he slugs you. That goes for any killer. Unbreakable doesn't really directly counter any killer. Well, actually, Unbreakable is a decent counter against the twins, but we haven't gotten there yet. Yeah, so I think that's about it for Demo. Spine Chill can be really good against him. Leader can help you cleanse the portals faster, I think. I'm not sure if that actually affects the action speed of portal cleansing, but... anything else about him? You can equip a map to track his portals. But... yeah, I mean... you will get, like, whenever he travels, you'll get an audio cue that he's traveling. So when that happens, you don't know where he's going exactly, but you know he's going somewhere. So, and also, they almost always use barbecue, demo players. So if you hook somebody and then he starts traveling and you're on a gen far away, chances are he's traveling to the gen you're at, if there's a portal near you. So yeah, just be careful about that. Anyway, I think that's it for Demo. Let's go with Oni. How do we counter the Angry Boy? Where I am, it's 3:10 in the morning. Pretty late. Let's see. Medkit? Yeah. Yep. So Oni gets his power from blood, okay? If you're injured, you're gonna feed him blood orbs. And you don't want to be injured, because he will just snowball and he will get his power over and over again, and you will all eventually die because whatever this demon mode thing he has is busted, okay? So you do not want to feed him blood. If you can heal, heal. But if you cannot afford to heal, at least try and stay out of his way so he doesn't get the blood orbs immediately. Yeah. And if you can avoid it, like, so before he gets his demon mode, he is nothing but a standard M1 killer. He doesn't have anything to help him during the chase. So if you can loop him for a long time and deny him his demon mode, you can gen rush him. It's not hard. But that is considering you do not get hit, you know? So just loop him, pretty much, until he gets Demon Frenzy, or whatever the heck it's called. At that point, when he gets his demon mode, you have to play very conservatively, because he can be anywhere in the blink of an eye, because he has that demon dash thing. At that point, well, the cool thing is though, if he is in demon mode, you will not leave blood orbs anymore. So when he is in demon mode, that is also kind of an opportunity for you to heal. So you can heal, you will not be leaving blood orbs while you heal during demon mode. You kind of, in my opinion, I think it's just a better idea to hide during that entire phase. It doesn't last that long. So it's really difficult to loop him when he's in that demon mode. He can break pallets with his M1, he can insta-down you, and it's just better to avoid him altogether. Even if you, like, let's say you loop him once, and you throw the pallet down, he breaks the pallet, you get some distance. The distance isn't going to mean much, because he can just dash over to you. So, yeah, it's usually a better idea to just try and avoid him altogether. What perks counter him? Self-care? Self-care is a good counter. Anything that helps you heal faster. Iron Will, I don't know about Iron Will. I mean, Iron Will is decent, I guess, but it doesn't help with the blood orb thing. You do have to be careful as well. Like, even, like, let's say you're trying to play stealthy and you're injured, he can follow those blood orbs and find you. So do not try and hide against him when you're injured. He can find you pretty easy. Let's see. Yeah, Oni on Midwich is like a death sentence. And as you can see, I am playing Oni on Midwich in these clips, and I am wrecking them. It is so easy. No, this gameplay was pre-recorded. It's not live. But yeah, so just when you're playing against him, just try, if you have to pre-drop pallets to avoid getting hit by him early, I would say it might even be worth it to do it. Just try not to get hit by his basic attack. You really don't want to feed him. Feeding him is the worst thing you can do. But yeah, just and if he does get his power, like I said, hiding is there's no shame in hiding because he is grossly overpowered during his demon mode. Okay, so yeah. Stunning him will not stop his demon mode, no. It will just make him angrier and want to kill you even more. So, yeah. Anyway, I think that's it for Oni. Try and avoid... He also has one busted add-on that lets him see your aura anytime you touch a blood orb. I don't have it here, but yeah, it's busted. Just be aware that he might be seeing your aura if you touch blood orbs. And maps to avoid, like I said, Midwich is probably, if you want to suicide, then pick Midwich, because that's probably his best map. Any map where it's really easy to dash on. Anyway, let's move on to... Let's see. Yeah, I don't have the add-on to show you. This is his other red add-on. It's not really that OP, but the add-on that reveals your aura to him when you touch blood orbs, that one's OP. So just watch out for that one. And let's move on to Deathslinger. How do we counter the cowboy? Just dodge better? I mean, you could dodge. Kind of hard though. It's not like Huntress where you get like an audio cue that she is winding up a hatchet. He just aims and fires. It's like less than a second. Just DC, bro. Yeah, that's the answer to all these killers. Just DC. Indoor maps. Yep, indoor maps are a good counter to them. Of course, you can't know it's going to be Deathslinger. Pre-drop the pallets. Yep, you can pre-drop them. One thing about Slinger is that, let's say he spears you, and you have a pallet dropped, he can't melee you over the pallet. So he's just going to get stunned after the chain breaks, and he will have to break the pallet normally. But if he spears you, and you are at a window instead of a pallet, he can melee you through the window. So you have to be a lot more careful about trying to play him around windows. He is a slow killer. Yes. He is kind of similar to Huntress. He is a slow killer. You can loop him if he has no ammo. He only has one shot, but his gun is a lot harder to know it's coming, like to know he's about to shoot you, than it is to hear like Huntress aiming at you. He's also a lot stealthier too. He has no lullaby. So that makes it easier for him to sneak up on you. He's kind of more like a sniper. He's stealthy, and he has a ranged weapon, which is kind of busted in my opinion. And people will try and tell you like, oh, you know, it's okay because his ranged attack doesn't actually damage you. He still has to reel you in to melee attack you. It's like, yeah, that's true, but, you know, once he spears you, you know, 8 times out of 10, you're gonna get hit. He's gonna reel you in and hit you. There is a max range to the gun. In one of these clips I'm playing, you will see I try and shoot some players who are self-carrying in a hallway, and I misjudge the max range of my gunshot, and it doesn't hit them at all. So I think the max range is like 16 or 18 meters or something. So there is a limit to the range. Yeah, his tear radius is 24 meters. And if you equip Monitor and Abuse, it can go down to 16 meters, which is like very stealthy. And almost every Deathslinger uses that perk. But, yeah, so countering him, most slingers, what they're going to do is they're going to try and get you with a melee attack first, and then finish you off with a gunshot. So, if you can force the slinger to hit you first with his gun, he's going to be forced to reload, and you'll have a lot more time to run away during his attack cooldown and his reload period. So you want to try and make sure that try and make it so it's hard for him to get the first initial melee attack on you. You want him to shoot you first, if anything. Also, pallets are pretty good against him. He cannot melee over the pallets when he's speared you. Let's see. Windows are pretty tricky against him. He will often shoot you mid-vault if you are misjudging the distance you have on him. Spine Chill is a pretty good counter since he is a very stealthy killer. I mean, Spine Chill counters a lot of killers, but mostly it's useful against the ones that have small terror small terror radii. That's what I call it. Yes, the plural of radius is radii. I sound like a nerd saying that, but yes. Spine Chill, yeah, I would say it's a counter against him. Not a huge counter, but it's a counter. Let me think of what else you can do against him. You can try and juke his shot, but anyone who's played a first-person shooter before, they'll usually get the hit on you. It's almost like the travel speed of this thing is almost instant. It's a fully charged hatchet that doesn't need to be charged. You know, that's the speed of his projectile. Let's see. Is Resilience good against him? Resilience is good against any killer that has you injured most of the game. I don't think that really describes Deathslinger that well, because Deathslinger is a killer that's going to end the chase very quickly. Either he ends the chase, or he misses his shot and he either gives up on you, or you get away and you keep looping him, you know? So with him, you probably want to heal. You never know when he's going to snipe you. If you get away from him, you want to heal up. Yeah, and avoid maps that are like straight lines. Avoid running in a straight line. Avoid predictable movements that make shooting you easy. That goes for pretty much any range killer. Do I like the red bird that goes wee 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 wee? I can't even make the noise, okay? But there is a red bird meme going on right now, and it makes this cute little laughing noise. I don't know if you guys have seen it. Whatever, I'm getting off topic. Anyway. But yeah, so that's about it for Slinger, I think. Let me pause the gameplay here. Okay. What are some... Let's see, does he have anything... Yeah, this is probably his only... It's not even that bad, this add-on. But basically, if he spears somebody from almost max distance, they will get exposed. So that... if he's good at aiming, this can be pretty crazy. Also, this one. This one will let him reduce his radius to, I think, basically 0, almost 0, while he's aiming down sights. So he can sneak up on pretty much anybody with this. Let's see, anything else? I don't think there's anything else that's too busted. Yeah. He uses save the best for last a lot. If he gets to max stacks with this, what he'll do is he'll melee you, and the attack cooldown will be so short, he can almost instantly aim down sights and shoot the person he meleeed before they can make it to a loop. So that's why this is so powerful on him. And almost every Slinger uses it. And Nurse's Calling. Because Nurse's Calling, his terror radius is smaller than the Nurse's Calling radius. So if you catch someone healing, you can just snipe them, and they half the time they won't even know you were there. It's pretty good. But yeah, so that's mostly Slinger. Just be wary of vaulting windows around him. You have to have good judgment about whether you can make the window vault before he shoots you. And think about dropping pallets early. If you're not sure, you can make it to the next loop or the next window. Anyway, let's move on to Triangle Head. How do we counter this geometrical figure? There's always somebody in the chat who's like, DC. You just have to DC. That's the answer to all the killers. DC. Okay. Let's see. This guy says, break line of sight, don't vault or drop pallet without a reason. Yeah, they did nerf him a while ago. Well, Pyramid Head is a standard move speed killer with a standard radius. You do not really need to bring detection perks against him. You should always know he's coming. You gotta be careful about his rights of judgment. It's kind of similar to shock therapy in the way that it goes past walls. Except Pyramid Head's rights of judgment will actually damage you. So that does make it a bit more dangerous. However, it's very obvious when he is planning to hit you with that, because you will hear him clank his sword into the ground before he tries to hit you with that. So you kind of want to predict where he thinks you're going to be and, you know, move out of the way. It's just a straight line, kind of shockwave sort of projectile that he fires from his sword. So You'll have most of the time you can dodge it. It's not that difficult. But you do not want to get locked into an animation like dropping a pallet or vaulting a window when he's casting it. So do be careful about doing those things. It makes for an easy hit for him. You also, yeah, try and lose line of sight on him, so it's harder for him to hit his rights of judgment. However, that can be difficult sometimes because he can draw his judgment trails on the ground. If you run over those, you'll become tormented, and you will trigger Killer Instinct or Pyramid Head, which will let him see you through walls. Well, it's a bit less like wall hacks, but it's still bad. Like he can kind of see you. He sees like an indicator. It's not like, oh, he's definitely right here. It kind of like it pings you every second or so. So it does make it a bit less precise than an aura, but it's still pretty easy to tell which way you're going. So try not to step on those. You can crouch over those trails and you will not trigger them. So that is a counter to them. Who is my favorite killer? I think it's Wraith, dude. Wraith is pretty fun, even though he's simple. Also Trickster. I like Trickster a lot. It's just fun to throw knives at people. I don't know. Let's see. Do I prefer cats or the red burb? You gotta go with cats. Love cats. Anyway, so when it comes to Pyramid Head, what about some perks that might counter him? I think Quick and Quiet would be good on him. Good against him. Because he's gonna be waiting to hear that vaulting animation before he casts his Rights of Judgment. That could let you play some mind games with him. And outside of his Rights of Judgment, he's a normal killer to loop. His power complicates things a little bit, but it's very telegraphed. You know he's going to cast it. And also, he cannot melee you when he is drawing his Rights of Judgment. So he either has to cast his shockwave, or he has to take his sword out of the ground, which takes like a second or two. You will have time to react to it, and he will have to swing at you. Yep, Urban Evasion for crouching over the Judgment Trails would be a decent counter. Deadhard's good. Spine Chill and Resilience for the quick vaults. Yep, that could work. Yep. His if you go up a staircase, similar to Doctor, if he casts his Rights of Judgment and you are on a higher elevation, it will not reach you. It is like a ground floor type ability. So just run up some stairs. If he's casting it, it will not hit you. Yeah, I mean, windows of opportunity, but if you're experienced, you kind of have already memorized what all the loops are, so you don't really need it. Let me turn that off. So, let's see, good maps for him are any maps where drawing a trail can completely block off access to important areas. So, like, Gideon Meat Plant. This is a great map for drawing trails, because survivors often cannot avoid going over them. A lot of the rooms, there's only like 1 or 2 entrances to them. So they have to go over the trails. They will either have to crouch over them, or if they're in a chase, they just run over them, and then they're tormented. Also, if you get tormented and you get downed, he can instantly teleport you to a cage. If you get picked out of a cage, important perks like Borrowed Time and Decisive Strike do not trigger. So that is a pretty dangerous thing about Pyramid Head. Yeah, I've been streaming a while. This is one of those longer videos. I'm going over every single killer here, so it's probably going to be quite a few hours long. Yeah, Hawkins, basically all the killer-sided maps, Leary's, Hawkins, the game, all those, Midwich, they're all decent Pyramid Head maps. So yeah, that's good for him. I think we've mostly covered his counters, unless you guys have some other ideas. His add-ons are kind of, they're not that bad. Thank you, Time Wanderer, for the donation. Have you ever drawn a heart with a trail? I have. It was a while ago, and I did draw a trail that looked like a heart. So there you go. I made art. It was a heart. Anyway. Yeah, so the only add-on that I think is really busted is this one. He becomes undetectable while standing on a judgment trail. And I don't think it's that bad. It does make things a little trickier if he has this one though. No, there are no perks that can be activated. Like any perk that would normally activate when you're hooked won't activate when you're in a Cage of Atonement. Anyway, I think that's good for Pyramid Head. Let's go with the Blightinator. How do we deal with this lovely killer? Is there any important offering? How to cleanse, counter Blight, cleanses Ruin and Undying? Yeah, I mean, if they run it, they might run it. Those are pretty good perks on him, so I do see them quite often on him, yeah. Yeah, so when it comes to Blight, you all know he's super speedy. He's a ping pong boy, right? That is his main thing. He's very fast. How do you deal with it? Well, like, during his first rush, he cannot attack you. He has to bump into something first. So, just keep that in mind when he does his initial rush. You have to be looking for the thing he's planning to bounce off of. And then you need to position yourself in such a way that his next rush does not collide with you. Now, there are some crazy things you can do with the stupid J flicks and the Z flick and the L flick and the A to Z flick, whatever the flick you want to call it. Whatever the flick you want to call it, right? But yeah, basically he can turn like 180 degrees during a rush. And that can, even if you're turning a really tight corner, and in most situations, well, in legit situations, he wouldn't be able to hit you. If somebody does a flick like that, they will hit you. Okay? But, yeah, so try and position yourself to where during his next rush, it won't hit you. And he can rush up to 5 times. Unless he has some add-on that increases or decreases the amount, but, you know. Let me think. He's really not that good on maps where there isn't that much to bump into. Like Cold Wind, there are these large open areas where he cannot bump into anything. It's just like open field. He'll just keep running until he hits maybe like the tractor in the middle, and by then you've already outran him, or ran somewhere he doesn't know. So yeah, big open areas are pretty good. Also maps that are there's too many things to bump into. Like I think Leary's is a pretty good one. It's like there's too many things. You can accidentally bump into something and it messes you up. Ever hang on. Ever teabag a Twitch TV as a Ghostface and Tunnel Horn? Yeah, I did that just today. I did. It was great. Yeah. Tunneling those TTVs. Funny. But yeah, let's see. Throws them off mid-chase. Yeah, things that mess up your scratch marks. Yeah, Deception. Dance with Me. Can make it harder for him to track you during the chase. Yep, lockers. I'm not sure. Can he interact with a locker when he, like, after he bumps into something? I don't play him that much. He can't? Okay, well then lockers are a good counter to him. He can't open them during a rush. But he is, like, if he sees you go in a locker, then he's just gonna wait until he can get off cooldown. But it might be enough time for you to get to a pallet, who knows. Thank you, Time Wanderer, for the donation. Red Bird, Killer or Survivor? Go XQCL? I'm not sure what you mean there. Are you asking me if the red bird should be a survivor or a killer? I prefer killer. That'd be fun. Being chased around by a big red bird that laughs at you. The Mori is gonna be the bird laughing at you. Wah 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 wah. And then the Dark Souls music plays. Anyway. Let me turn off this gameplay. Yes, that is another thing. Blight can break pallets during a rush. It has to be a lethal rush. He can't just run into it during his first rush. He has to bump into something first. But yes, he can break the pallets during the rush. Just something to keep in mind. He also has a broken add-on, a couple broken ones where he can... First one is he becomes undetectable during a rush. Second one is he can see the auras of survivors after he bumps into something. So, yeah, there's a couple busted ones. Can he break the pallet if you're trying to lift it? I don't know. That's a really rare situation. I wouldn't know that. Yeah, that green one that reveals the auras is stupid. But yeah, so I guess what I'm trying to say is to counter this guy, it's really all about how you position yourself when he's rushing. Just don't be in his way when he's rushing. And stay in the open fields if you can. Stay in an open field and just try and deny him his bounces. Just try and stay in those areas where it's like, if he bounces, he's not going to get you. You can also Dead Hard. Dead Hard is the counter to pretty much everything in this game. Like, well, what I mean by staying in open field, it's like if he's rushing, you stay in the open field and he will rush past you because he has to bump into something to get his lethal rush going. His first rush, he can't hit you, but his second rush and onwards, he can. So you do want to keep like an object around, like keep an object between you and him. So when he tries to rush at you, he has to go around the object to get you. So if you have like a central, like a rock in front of you, between you two, just sort of kite him around the rock, and he will have a hard time hitting you. You can also, of course, 360 him during the rush, but like you can kind of do that for everything. Just, oh, you know, just 360 him, man. You get good, right? You know, okay. And yeah. Anyway. Perks against him, though. What are some perks? Well, he almost always runs barbecue, by the way. This is like, you will see this on almost every single Blight. Barbecue. So, just play the game as if he has this one. He also likes to run Ruin a lot, because he is very good at pressuring. So, be ready to look for totems. He will bring Ruin. I think that's good for Blight. Alright, twins. How do we counter these beautiful two people? Send them back to France? Yeah, deport them. That's the answer. Instant DC. Yeah, these guys can be pretty tricky sometimes. So I think the main threat here is Victor, okay? Charlotte isn't such a big deal. She is just your standard move speed killer. You can loop her like normal. He has no special power other than deploying Victor. However, you do need to be careful. When Victor is out, Charlotte is dormant. You will not hear her terror radius. So you need to be aware that if you don't know where she is, and the player controlling this killer returns to Charlotte, it can appear as if she comes out of nowhere when she wakes up, and she could patrol your gen or something and get a hit on you. So just be aware that she does become undetectable. Well, not undetectable, but she loses her terror radius when Victor is being controlled. Oh yeah, just kick the child. Yeah, just child abuse, right? No, not. I'm not condoning child abuse. Okay, no. Ay. But I don't think Victor triggers Spine Chill. No, he doesn't. That's pretty messed up. But yeah, so Victor is the thing you need to worry about. There are some in-game limitations to where Victor can be deployed. For example, he cannot be deployed too close to a hook or too close to a gen, I believe. So it can make playing the twins pretty wonky. It's like, oh, you know, why can't I switch back to Charlotte, or why can't I deploy Victor here? It's like it's kind of a bad experience half the time playing them. But because they couldn't balance a killer who could be at 2 places at once. It was too strong. So they had to put in all these range requirements, like, oh no, you can't be too close to the hook, or that's camping, or you know, you can't be too close to the gen. It's kind of sad. But so here's the thing about Victor. He has no terror radius, just he does some snarling. You can hear the snarling pretty far away. But, you know, by the time you hear it, he's probably already around you, and you can't really escape him. But it does take some time for him to charge his pounce, and that is where you can kind of juke him. You can try and juke the pounce. It's not that easy, though. It's pretty brain dead easy to hit if you're right on top of the survivor. There's almost no travel time if you're on top of them. So, and he's a lot faster than Charlotte too, so there isn't much to, you can't really outrun him. He cannot see scratch marks. That is one thing. So if you're healthy, you can run him around like objects or tall walls, basically things he can't see over, and you can lose him. He's really tiny. He can't see like anything that's taller than him. Like if there's a wall that's taller than him and someone's behind it, he's not gonna see that person. So he can leap. Yes, you gotta be careful. You see in one of my clips, he can leap over pallets. He can leap through windows. He is busted. Okay, he's busted. All right. You gotta watch out for this kid. But, yeah. So, the way you deal with him, it's kind of tough. If you are healthy, it's not so bad, because he can't really finish downing you. All he can do is, like, latch onto you and kind of mess up your day. If that happens, if he just latches onto you, you just take him off. Charlotte might come over and try to finish you off, but it really just depends on where Charlotte is relative to where you are at that time. If you're far away from her, there's no way she's going to finish you off. She's not going to be close enough to get to you. But if, like, let's say Victor's on top of you and you run into Charlotte by accident or something, then she's going to kill you. So, yeah. By the way, when Victor is on you, you cannot do gens, you cannot heal, you basically can't do anything but, let's see, vault windows, drop pallets, yeah, and run. That's pretty much all you can do. You cannot escape the map. You cannot leave the trial if Victor is latched onto you. So do not try and teabag this killer at the end, alright? They will punish you for it. And I have done that. I have teabagged this killer, and I have been wrecked because I teabagged them and Victor did his little thing on me, okay? So don't do that. Anyway. Yes, you can dead hard Victor, you can dead hard hatchets, you can dead hard traps, you can dead hard the apocalypse. Dead hard the world, dude. It's the answer to everything, okay? Yes, dead hard is the counter to everything. So, whatever. But, yes, dead hard is a counter. Victor can see blood. You have to be careful if you are injured against Victor. He can down you. If you're injured, but he can also see blood, which is very dangerous. Just try not to be injured. But yeah, just if you know he's around, try not to be in an open area where he's going to track your blood and finish you off. Anyway, But here's the thing: if Victor misses his pounce, there is a 3-second cooldown period. He's gonna have this like red glow to him that will signal that, hey, you can crush me. I missed my pounce. I'm bad. You can kill me for that. And then you go over there, you press M1 and you stomp him and teabag him at the same time for you teabag him and he's gonna you can see the teabagging too. It's great. But anyway, yeah, you can crush him if he misses his pounce, is what I'm saying. But yeah, so that's how you punish him if he misses. You can also throw pallets on him if he's dumb enough to try and pounce on you under a pallet. You can throw it. And yeah, trying to think of what else you can do. You can head on him. You can head on him, and the stun will kill him. You can hop inside a locker, and he will not damage you. He can't pull you out. He can only hold you hostage in the locker for a couple seconds. I think it's like maybe 5 or 6 seconds. I forgot the time, but it's a while. And that could be enough time for Charlotte to get you out, but if you know where Charlotte is, if she's across the map, it might just be a better idea to hide inside the locker so you don't get injured. But yeah, that is kind of an issue though. It's like, let's say Victor pounces on you and you crush him, like you take him off. He was like latched onto you. You were healthy. You crush him. He's gonna respawn on Charlotte in like 5 seconds. That's true. It's very, very slow, very fast respawn time. Very fast. So yeah, you can't really deny him for that long. He's gonna be back. He's a really fast respawn, and she's very good at camping. Very good camper. You got to be careful about that. Not really sure how you deal with the camping. Ah, man, just bring borrowed time. That's all I can say. Yeah, bring borrowed or decisive strike, right? But yeah, that's kind of how you deal with him. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. He can leap over small walls. You got to be careful. He can leap over drop pallets. He can leap through windows. So just be aware of that. And try and outplay him if you can. So it's a boy, not a girl? I mean, Victor is a boy name, so I just call it a him. Yeah. Anyway. Okay. Any other ideas for these, for countering these guys? Flip-flop? Oh, right. Earlier, I said that Unbreakable was a good counter to these guys. It's true. So Victor, even though he can down you, he cannot pick you up. Charlotte has to come over and pick you up. And it's going to take her a while to get to your body. So in that time, Unbreakable could let you get up. Let's see, what is the time? The standard time to get up is 30 seconds, and then you have Unbreakable, so that's 35% extra speed, so you'll get up in like 20 seconds, which might actually be doable. It might. Oops, they're back again? Let me see if I can hide them. Yep. Tenacity, Unbreakable, Flip Flop. You know, all those perks that let you kind of survive when you're downed are pretty good counters to this killer. Yeah, I mean, like you know, you can't really talk about counters like, oh, you know, I'm going up against Ghostface this match. I'm gonna bring Spine Chill, right? You don't know what killer it's gonna be. It's all random. But if you really don't like Ghostface, then you can bring Spine Chill in every match. So no matter, you know, like, so if you do go up against Ghostface, it's like, you know, I had Spine Chill. I always bring Spine Chill. I don't have to worry about Ghostface anymore. It's like a core perk in my build. I'm good with sacrificing a perk so I don't have to deal with the headache of being exposed without knowing, you know. So that's kind of the point I'm trying to make. It's like, if you really don't like a killer, you can bring a counter perk to them. And it makes it a little easier when you go up against them. Anyway. I think that is good for the twins. Let's move on to Trickster. How do we counter this pop star? Just lose line of sight? Yeah. Line of sight. Cancel him on Twitter? Oh yeah, that'll hurt him. Increase the price of cutlery. Yeah. Then he won't be able to afford knives anymore. Let's see. Yep. He's a very slow killer. You can loop him if he either has no knives or you are in a loop that make it nearly impossible to hit you with knives, such as a tall wall loop. You have to be careful. Similar to Huntress and Deathslinger, maps with short walls are going to be a nightmare if you try and play against this killer. Because he'll just chuck knives over the short walls and you will be dead within seconds. So yeah. Second wind? I don't think that's really going to help that much. Revert his ammo nerf. Well, they had to reduce his ammo because they also reduced the amount of knives required to down somebody or to injure somebody. So, run around a rock? Yeah, running around rocks, you know, that works. You gotta be careful about windows. Just like every other range killer, windows are dangerous. They will throw stuff at you when you vault the window. Okay? Let's see. Yep. Break line of sight. Run the loop. Tall walls, yep. What else? Just fangirl him and he will give you hatch. Oh. Well, that makes things easy. If you're a girl, I guess. For the people, not second win. Yeah, that's for the people. That perk you're thinking of. But one thing about him is laceration. 6 hits are required by his knives to injure you. If you can avoid being hit by a knife for 10 seconds, the laceration meter will start to decay, and it will take more hits for him to injure you. So if you can avoid being hit by a knife for a while during a chase, you can kind of prolong it. Yeah. Also be aware that he does have ammo. If he's been throwing knives at you for a while, chances are he's low on ammo, and he may have to stop to get some more. Oh, there's the spammer again, jeez. Yeah, Trickster is strong now. He is. Yep. But yeah, he's not too hard. He's he's kind of just like Huntress. Same way you counter her, you counter him. The only difference is that his knives, they can be thrown through smaller gaps. They're a bit more flexible than her hatchets, so. He also, I think one of his more busted add-ons are these ricochet blades. He can, like, miss a blade, but if there's a wall nearby, it can bounce off the wall and still hit the survivor. You gotta be careful about that. This one is completely busted. If he hits you with 4 knives, maybe 4 or 5 knives or something, that will expose you, and you can melee them for an insta-down. So that's pretty crazy. Oh, and this one too. You can miss a knife completely, but if it landed somewhere near the survivor, they'll still get laceration. So this one is like this one, and this one. Oh, and this one. Sorry, this actually. Oh, hang on. This one, and this one are pretty bad. Oh, let me make someone moderator here. Hang on. So they can deal with the spammer. Hang on, there we go. Okay. Let me hide that guy. Alright. Some good perks for him. He is a pretty stealthy killer. He has a 24-meter radius by default. And he often equips Monitor and Abuse to get an even smaller radius. So you gotta be careful about that. Spine Chill is... Well, the thing is though, he does have a lullaby. The lullaby is a bit hard to hear though. It's not as obvious as the Huntress lullaby. But it's 40 meters just like Huntress. So you can hear him coming, and Spine Chill is still a good pick, because it will let you know he's coming your direction, and you just hide. He doesn't have any way of finding you. His power doesn't give him any hints about where you are, so hiding against him is still a good tactic, just like Huntress. Yeah, it's the lullaby. If you don't have headphones, it's kind of hard to hear. It is, but it's there. He has one. But let's see. Any other counters for Deathslinger? Yeah, it's like a music track that fades in over time. Oh, sorry, did I have a mind slip? it's Trickster. Sorry, blah. Wah. It's Trickster. But if you guys don't have any other ideas for this, then we'll move on to our final person. So this is the latest killer they added, Nemesis. What are the counters to this big hulking thing? Let's see. Blind, yep. Bring a flashlight. Flashlights are a good counter against zombies. I wouldn't say stealth is a great counter. His zombies will automatically log on to you if you are within a certain radius of them, so... and Nemesis can see his zombies at all times, so... it's not... stealth isn't that great against him. Let's see. Juke pallet drops. Good counter. And burn a Haddonfield offering? Yeah, just burn a Haddonfield offering, right? Yep, there's a spammer again. Let's see. So when it comes to Nemesis, when the thing is, he has to tier up his power, right? He has three tiers to his power. When it's level 1, it doesn't really do anything special, it just infects you. And the range is very short, so you don't have to worry about too much when it's tier 1. It's when it becomes tier 2 that it becomes a bit of a problem, because that's when it can break pallets. And when it breaks pallets, it slows him a little bit, but it's quite a bit faster than the normal kicking animation, so... that's when you have to be a bit more concerned about. It's like, you know, should I be dropping the pallet now, or should I try and get another loop out of it, or what, you know? So, a lot of the time the answer is just to drop the pallet early when he's level 2 and above. There isn't much more you can do. You can, well, the other thing you could do, you can either drop the pallet, or you can run through the pallet, and then he's going to try and hit you with his whip preemptively to get you when he thinks you're going to drop it, and then he'll miss. So that works sometimes, but it's kind of a mind game at that point. It's like, oh, you know, if he drops the pallet, I'll break the pallet and I'll keep chasing him, or if he doesn't drop the pallet, then I'll try and swing at it anyways and try and hit him. But you basically try and sort of mind game the pallet thing. But when it reaches tier 3, that's when it really becomes a problem, because then the range is a lot farther. And there's a very small wind-up time. It's a lot faster than like a Huntress wind-up. Treat it as a... The tentacle can go over short walls, by the way, okay? So you're not safe behind a short wall, you have to be behind the tall walls when he has those tentacle attacks. I recently did a moderator here. Maybe they're not doing their job. I'll try and get them... Yep, so basically, you can... The nice thing about the tentacle, though, is that the hitbox is really thin. You can often juke it. So that's not a huge thing. The other thing is that it doesn't damage you unless you're infected. So oftentimes, like, you'll get hit by the tentacle, it just gives you a move speed boost. And then you get like a free run to the next tile. So that's not so bad. That actually sounds like it benefits the survivor, right? But you can only cleanse infection up to 4 times per match. Once those vaccines are gone, then you're going to be infected, and chases are going to be a lot harder because almost in a lot of situations, you'll be vaulting a window or you'll be at a pallet. He will just whip you through it, especially if it's tier 3 tentacle. At that point, it's a lot harder to deal with him. The only thing you can do at that point is to juke the tentacle. So you can't cure your infection after the vaccines are gone. Yeah. I mean, every survivor is probably going to use the vaccine once, so you'll get 1 cleanse. Unless you're being greedy and you eat all of the vaccines, then it's like, oh no, you know, no vaccines for you guys. But yeah, any other counters to him? What do you guys think? Flashbang. Off the top of my head, flashbang for the zombies. You always have a way to blind them so they don't disturb your gen time. No, only flashlights deal with the zombies. Yeah, you can gen rush him because he he doesn't have any mobility, so he can't just like zoom to the gen you're working on like a Freddy or a Hillbilly or something. You can definitely gen rush him. Any means necessary? Yes. You can kill zombies with the pallet drop, and then pick the pallet back up with any means necessary. That is a good counter. Anything else? Let's see what... let's turn that off. See what some... like a lot of Nemesis I see use the zombie speed add-ons. It makes them far more annoying to deal with because they just keep chasing you because they're faster, and they patrol the gens faster because they have faster move speed. So you're going to be encountering them more often with these move speed add-ons, and I see a lot of Nemesis using them. So zombies they do become a big problem. So flashlights are a good counter. Thanatophobia good on him? I don't think so, not really. He doesn't really have... He's not like a Plague where it's super easy. Plague and Legion are among the easiest killers to injure survivors with. He doesn't have that level of like, you know, super easy injuries. He's not like Wraith either. Wraith, Plague, Legion, I don't know who else is good, but those are the 3 that come to mind that are really good at getting first hits. So Thanatophobia works good on them. But let's see. What other perks does he normally use here? Oh, this one, of course. Save the best for last is like a core perk on him. He's going to be trying to Tentacle Whip the Obsession. And he's going to be melee attacking everybody else. It will help decrease his chase times a lot when he gets full stacks. So yeah, you just be aware of that. trying to think of what else, though. Any other counters, guys? Why is Pebble a counter? It's not going to be hard for him to get stacks, because for any killer who has an alternate attack, they just use the alternate attack against the obsession, and then they basic attack everybody else. So they never lose stacks. Noise notification for zombies? I can't tell if you're serious or if you're memeing. Yeah, he has some massive footsteps, by the way. Like, even if he has undetectable, you can hear this guy coming a mile away. So, yeah, that's a dead giveaway for him. But I think... Is there anything else I'm missing here? I think that's about it for Nemesis too. So basically, if he's tier 1, you can loop him normally for the most part. There are some scenarios where he might hit you with the tentacle, but the range is so small and it doesn't break pallets yet that it's not a big deal. Once it starts breaking the pallets, then it becomes a bit of an issue, since the even if you drop the pallet, he's gonna just keep chasing you. It's like really hard to shake him if he wants you. But just keep, like I said, the tentacle cannot penetrate tall walls, so stay behind tall walls. You can juke it, the hitbox is really small. And if you're not infected, all it does is infect you. So you just get a speed boost. So not so bad. Anyway, I think that's about it for him as well. Yeah, so that's basically all the killers. We've covered every killer, how to counter him. Yep. Any questions? Oh my gosh. Veiny tentacle daddy. Ooh. Ugh. You guys are something else. Hang on. Yeah, somebody already asked me who my favorite killer is. It's Wraith. Wraith is my favorite. Which killer needs an update the most? Man, that's a good one. I think... Let me look at the killers again. Who needs it the most? Oh man, I hate Legion so much. I wish they would just delete Legion and replace him with something else. Maybe him. I also kind of wish they would do something with Pig's Ambush, make it a little different. Kind of weird the way it works now. And Trapper, all of these, the three main killers, they need their Moris reworked, make them look a bit better. Yep. Let's see. Opinion on Hag? She's okay. She's pretty good. It's just if the survivors know how to deal with the traps, if they're setting them off when she can't respond to them, then she can be beaten pretty easy. But most survivors, they don't know how to deal with her traps, so they just pile up until the whole map is covered in them, and then she has an easy time. Do I think I'll ever play any other games? Yeah, I just streamed Killing Floor 2 less than a week ago. I played Death's Door about a week ago. I've been playing some other stuff. The viewership is not nearly as high as DVD, of course, because obviously this is primarily a Dead by Daylight channel. But yeah, I do play other stuff. If you have suggestions, I can play something else. Let's see. How would I rework Legion? That's a tough one. Because if I wanted to make him like how I envisioned him to be, which was a stealth, like a killer who can disguise himself, basically, that's how they portrayed him to be in the trailer, right? He was a killer who was gonna take on the appearance of a survivor and then backstab them, right? Problem is, survive with friends. You can't really balance around that when you have people who just tell each other, oh, hey, that's not me. So yeah, I'm not sure how I'd rework him. Let's see. Yeah, Killing Floor is fun. If you haven't played it, you should play it. It's great. Just getting my old add-ons back. Sorry, my old cosmetics. Yeah, that works. What if Legion looked like one of... He already does look like the survivor. You can... If you're looking at him from behind, it's pretty easy to mistake him for a survivor. Oh, hang on, let me swap that. There we go. Playing dress up here. Who's better, Deathslinger or Huntress? It's probably... Deathslinger or Huntress? I'm gonna lean towards... It's harder to react to Deathslinger. But Huntress has more ammo. I think Deathslinger's more annoying, to be honest. Huntress might be more powerful. I'm not sure. They're kind of equal power level. But I hate Deathslinger so much. I'm inclined to say Deathslinger. At least with Huntress, you get a warning. It's like, oh, I'm winding up my hatchet, and you can kind of do something about it. Deathslinger just silently shoots you. That's it. Yep. Looking at chat right now. Wraith with Make Your Choice. Yeah, he's good. That's a good pick. He's fast enough to make it back to the hook. Let's see. Since you did a video on how to counter killers, will you do a video on how to use each killer effectively? Oh man, doing this stream, dude. Oh man, when did I start streaming? It was like 5 hours ago or something. It's a lot of time. A lot of time to commit to it. I feel my voice, I'm already losing my voice doing this. So I might do something, if I were to do something like that, maybe I'd make it shorter in length or something. Yep. I don't stream on Twitch, I just do stuff on YouTube, because that's where I started out. I am tired, yeah. I'm just answering a couple more questions before I call it a night. My favorite cosmetic on Wraith is the Scarecrow. I just don't use it because I like the stealthiest ones. No, I don't use a voice changer, okay? Where you get these crazy ideas? Wait, is that his darkest? No, I think this is his darkest. Trying to find the right knife form. I think that one. Okay. A Ghostface tip? Like I said earlier, just peek in and out of cover. If you feel like you're getting revealed, just hide behind cover real fast. And then you can continue stalking. A lot of ghost faces just keep they keep stalking even though they're getting revealed. You just need to hide behind cover again. And you can prevent being revealed and continue your stalking. These bots are relentless. Yes, they are. Abuse high ground as Ghostface? Yeah, yep. That's a good tip right there. How do I submit gameplay? You have to send it to me at PainRelieversOfficial@gmail.com. Just send me a link or attach the file. I'm about to go though. I am exhausted. What time is it? It's 4:33 in the morning. Okay, I will answer this last question. Should there be a penalty for being toxic? And that's kind of a question that goes into like human nature. It's like, are you gonna penalize people for behaving a certain way? And I think there is a line to draw when it comes to behavior. It's like, is your behavior racism or slander or sexism or whatever? You can draw a line there, be like, hey, this is against our terms of service. But if you're doing things in game and within the rules of the game, and it's not like harassing other people, like they're themselves, like the people playing it, but you're just harassing them like the in-game characters. You're doing some kind of strategy that isn't exactly fun for them, then maybe that's okay. Even if it's not, even if it sucks, you know? So, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. As long as it's not breaking the game rules, then maybe it's okay to be toxic. I don't know. I'm not saying I want to be toxic or I'm okay with it, but like, maybe it's okay to be toxic. Maybe you shouldn't get banned for it. But you should get banned if you're telling people, oh, you're white, you're black. It's like, if you're talking like that, then yeah, it's like, okay, we'll consider a ban then. Anyway, this has been a very long live stream with many tips and many tricks on how to counter each killer. And I would say many key moments were discussed. There you go. I will end it with that, and I will see you all next time. Thanks for watching.